Suspended for a few minutes. Yan na sila. Sarap. Session resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, on the 4th of August 2026, the House adopted House Resolution number 1274, recognizing the enduring friendship between the Republic of the Philippines and Japan and commemorating the 70th anniversary of the normalization of diplomatic relations between the two countries. Mr. Speaker, today we are privileged to have with us His Excellency Ambassador Endo Kazuya of Japan, together with Mr. Ryosuke Saka, apologies for the pronunciation, and Ms. Mire Matsumoto, third secretaries of the Embassy of Japan in the Philippines. May I request that His Excellency Ambassador Endo Kazuya, accompanied by Mr. Ryosuke Saka and Ms. Mire Matsumoto, be invited to the rostrum to receive the copy of House Resolution number 1274.
We welcome to the House of Representatives His Excellency Ambassador Endo Kazuya of Japan, together with Mr. Yosuke Saka and Ms. Mary Matsumoto, third secretaries of the Embassy of Japan in the Philippines, and may we invite them to proceed to the rostrum. May I respectfully request Honorable Speaker Faustino Bojidi III to award resolution to His Excellency Ambassador Endo Kazuya. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Secretary General be directed to read the title and text of House Resolution number 1274.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title and the text of the House Resolution number 1274.
House Resolution number 1274, resolution recognizing the enduring friendship between the Republic of the Philippines and Japan and commemorating the 70th anniversary of the normalization of diplomatic relations between the two countries. Whereas on July 23, 1956, the Republic of the Philippines and Japan formally established diplomatic relations following the entry into force of the San Francisco Peace Treaty and reparations agreement between the Republic of the Philippines and Japan, marking the beginning of a historic journey of reconciliation and cooperation that has since evolved into one of the most enduring and dynamic partnerships in Asia. Whereas as the Republic of the Philippines and Japan commemorate the 70th anniversary of the normalization of diplomatic relations in 2026, both countries have elevated their bilateral relations to a comprehensive strategic partnership and designated 2026 as the Philippine-Japan Friendship Year under the theme, Weaving the Future Together, Peace, Prosperity, and Possibilities, reaffirming their enduring friendship and shared commitment to peace, prosperity, and deeper cooperation. Whereas Japan has consistently stood as one of the Philippines' foremost partners in economic development, providing significant assistance in infrastructure and modernization, industrial growth, technological advancement, and disaster resilience, as exemplified by landmark projects such as the Metro Manila Subway, the North-South Commuter Railway, and extensive official development assistance programs that have strengthened national progress and stability. Whereas the Philippines and Japan have cultivated strong cultural ties through exchanges in education, arts, language, and heritage, fostering mutual understanding and respect, while the popularity of Japanese culture in the Philippines and Filipino culture in Japan reflects the vibrancy of people-to-people connections further enriched by scholarships, cultural festivals, and academic collaborations. Whereas the enduring affinity and deepening partnership in the Philippines and Japan is most manifest in the Japanese government scholarship program, which has cultivated an influential network of Filipino alumni now driving progress across diverse sectors, and in Japan exchange and teaching program, wherein 67 young Filipinos embarked on enriching journeys in 2025 alone as assistant language teachers, thereby advancing English language education, fostering multicultural understanding in Japan. And this mutual affinity is further reflected in the record-breaking 888,000 Filipino visitors to Japan, underscoring the vibrancy of tourism that continues to strengthen bilateral friendship. Whereas bilateral cooperation is extended to security and defense, whilst Japan supporting the Philippines in maritime capacity building, humanitarian assistance, and disaster response, notably through the provision of patrol vessels to the Philippine Coast Guard and signing of the acquisition and cross-servicing agreement with the Armed Forces of Philippines on January 15, 2026 in Manila, and reinforcing shared commitments to peace, freedom of navigation, and regional stability. Whereas security cooperation also reached unprecedented milestones for the two countries, as the Philippines became the first country in Asia to sign and ratify a reciprocal access agreement with Japan and distinguish itself as the sole partner nation to have received Japan's official security assistance for 3 consecutive years, thus reflecting the unparalleled depth and breadth of bilateral collaboration, both economic and defense spheres. Whereas Japan has been a steadfast ally in the advancing sustainable development and environmental protection, partnering the Philippines in initiatives addressing climate change, renewable energy, and ecological preservation, including support for renewable energy facilities and climate resilient infrastructure, which are vital to the welfare of future generations. Whereas the House of Representatives of the Philippines, the National Diet of Japan, continues to strengthen the long-standing ties between their respective legislatures through parliamentary exchanges, dialogue, cooperation, reaffirming their shared commitment to democracy, peace, and continued advancement of Philippine-Japan relations. Whereas the Filipino community in Japan and the Japanese community in the Philippines exemplify the deepening bonds of kinship, contributing to social, economic, cultural fabric of both nations and serving as living bridges of friendship and solidarity. Whereas the commemoration of 70 years of Philippine-Japan friendship is a fitting occasion to honor the historic journey of reconciliation, celebrate achievements of bilateral cooperation, and reaffirm the commitment to further strengthen relations in pursuit of shared peace, prosperity, and progress. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives to recognize the enduring friendship between the Republic of the Philippines and Japan and commemorate the 70th anniversary of the normalization of diplomatic relations between the two countries. Resolved further that a copy of this resolution be given to the government of Japan, represented by its embassy in Manila, Philippines. Adopted, signed Faustino Boji G. III, Speaker. This resolution was adopted by the House of Representatives August 4, 2026. Signed, Chelo E. Belacaria Garafil, Secretary General.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session is suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, last August the 3rd, 2026, the Honorable Mercedes K. Alvarez of the 6th District of Negros Occidental was elected as Deputy Speaker. I move to allow Deputy Speaker Alvarez to take her oath.
Is there any objection to the motion? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. May we request Honorable Mercedes K. Alvarez to proceed to the rostrum for the oath taking. May I request all members of the House of Representatives and all guests in the galleries to please rise to witness the oath taking of our Deputy Speaker. May I also invite Speaker Faustino Bojidi III to the rostrum to administer the oath of duty of Deputy Speaker Alvarez. Ayaw na umalis. Mark. Mr. Robes. Will. Tab ng NPC.
Ang dami kong daddy ah. Ang dami kong sugar daddy dito. Aray.
Lakas siya eh. Tony Pet, anong ginagawa mo dyan? Pet, anong ginagawa mo dyan?
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name
I, Mercedes Alvarez,
please state your district.
of the 6th District of Negros Occidental,
Having been elected as Deputy Speaker
having been elected as Deputy Speaker
of the House of Representatives,
of the House of Representatives,
hereby solemnly swear
hereby solemnly swear
that I will well and faithfully discharge,
that I will well and faithfully discharge
to the best of my
to
ability,
the best of my ability
the duties of my present position,
the duties of my present position
and of all others
and of all others
I may hereafter hold
I may hereafter hold
under the Republic of the Philippines,
under the Republic of the
that I will
Philippines,
support and defend the Constitution of
that
the
I will
Philippines,
support and defend the Constitution of the Philippines,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same,
and allegiance to the same,
that I will obey the laws,
that I will obey the laws,
legal orders,
legal orders,
and decrees promulgated
and decrees
the
promulgated
duly constituted authorities of the Republic of the Philippines,
by the duly constituted authorities of the Republic of the
and
Philippines,
that I impose this obligation
and that I impose this obligation
upon myself voluntarily,
upon myself voluntarily,
without mental reservation
without mental
or
reservation
purpose of evasion.
or purpose of
So
evasion.
help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, sir.
Ay, sign mo.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
session is suspended.
May mga panahon na to ah. Namin. Hindi ako. Ako. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to take up additional reference of business and request the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading as well as communications and committee reports.
The Secretary General is so directed.
Additional reference of business. Bills on first reading. House Bill number 10546, establishing a free annual comprehensive geriatric health assessment program for indigent senior citizens by Representative Abalos.
To the Committee on Senior Citizen.
House Bill number 10547, establishing a Magna Carta of Patients' Rights and Responsibilities, strengthening the protection of patients, promoting patient-centered healthcare, prescribing the duties and accountabilities of healthcare providers and health facilities by Representative Abalos.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill number 10548, authorizing exemption from the imposition of VAT on the electrical billings of residential households with 400 kilowatt hours or less total monthly consumption by Representative Tiangco.
Ways and Means.
House Bill number 10549, granting security of tenure under certain conditions to government employees whose nature of appointment is either temporary or contractual and who have rendered a total of 10 years of efficient service by Representative Mastura.
Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill number 10550, removing systems loss as a separate component of electricity bills, empowering the ERC to determine the cost that may be recovered as part of its distribution service. By Representative Teves.
Committee on Energy.
House Bill number 10551, establishing a minimum age for social media use, regulating children's access to social media platforms. By Representative Teves.
Welfare Children.
House Bill number 10553, providing for the Magna Carta for Public Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Workers. By Representative Teodoro.
Disaster Resilience.
House Bill number 10554, integrating environmentally sound waste-to-energy technologies into the National Solid Waste Management Framework. By Representative Teodoro.
To the Committee on Ecology.
House Bill number 10555, amending the National Commission of Senior Citizens Act, providing for its organizational structure, efficient transition, and operationalization. By Representative Aquino Magsaysay.
To the Committee on Senior Citizen.
House Bill number 10556, establishing the Comprehensive School-Based Emergency Preparedness, Security Lockdown, and Life-Saving Skills Intensive Program for primary and high school students. By Representative Ako.
Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill number 10557, establishing a comprehensive school safety and weapon prevention program, mandating the collaborative implementation of preventive measures by the DepEd, LGUs, and barangays. By Representative Ako.
Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill number 10558, amending the Universal Healthcare Act to provide for free annual medical checkup for Filipinos. By Representative Ako.
Committee on Health.
House Bill number 10560, imposing stiffer penalties for the non-payment, underpayment, and non-remittance of mandated employee benefits in the private sector, providing for double indemnity. By Representative San Fernando.
Labor and Employment.
House Bill number 10561, mandating information transparency in job advertisements and and postings, prescribing minimum disclosure requirements, prohibiting deceptive hiring practices. By Representative San Fernando.
Labor and Employment.
House Bill number 10562, extending the prescriptive periods for money claims and unfair labor practice cases under the Labor Code of the Philippines, imposing corresponding employer record-keeping obligations. By Representative San Fernando.
Labor and Employment.
House Bill number 10563, requiring employees to provide workers with written employment contracts and timely access to employment-related documents, establishing simplified compliance measures for micro and small enterprises. By Representative San Fernando.
Labor and Employment.
House Bill number 10564, institutionalizing mandatory labor rights orientation for workers in private establishments and providing a government-assisted delivery mechanism for workers in micro and small enterprises. By Representative San Fernando.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill number 10565, granting benefits to non-regular employees of the government. By Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill number 10566, jump-starting opportunities for businesses and ensuring employability of the Philippine workforce through expanded competency-based learning and skills training to drive inclusive development and sustainable growth, and establishing a National Future Skills Council. For Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill number 10567, establishing a labor empowerment assistance program. For Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill number 10568, granting employees 3 days paid leave to attend school-related activities of their children. For Representative Vargas.
Labor and Employment.
House Bill number 10569, providing for security of tenure for all job order and contract of service workers of the government who have rendered the prescribed years of service in the national government agencies and LGUs. For Representative Vargas.
Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill number 10570, providing for the organization of cooperatives for fry gatherers, small-scale fishermen, and fish farmers. For Representative Vargas.
Cooperatives and Development.
House Bill number 10571, providing for incentives for new graduates of colleges, universities, and accredited institutions offering tech voc courses. To Representative Vargas.
Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill number 10572, prohibiting the charging or recovery of system loss charges from electricity end users. For Representative Adyong.
Energy.
House Bill number 10573, granting the Northern Summer Electric Cooperative, Inc. a franchise for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in certain municipalities in the province of Northern Samar. For Representative Ong Chuan.
To the Committee on Cooperatives Development.
House Bill number 10574, establishing a child online safety and age-appropriate digital access framework, prescribing obligations for digital platform providers, strengthening privacy, parental support, digital citizenship, and due process. By Representative Gomez.
to the Committee on Welfare of Children,
House Bill number 10575, mandating law enforcement officers to use body-worn cameras during law enforcement operations. By Representative Yamsuan.
to the Committee on Public Order and Safety,
House Bill number 10576, converting the Hospital ng Parañaque District 2 in the city of Parañaque into a Level 2 General Hospital. By Representative Yamsuan.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill number 10577, increasing the income tax exemption ceiling for individual taxpayers to 450,000 annually. By Representative Yamsuan.
Ways and Means,
House Bill number 10578, exempting micro and small enterprises from minimum corporate income tax. By Representative Yamsuan.
Ways and Means,
House Bill number 10579, strengthening and institutionalizing the establishment of fisher folk settlement and resettlement areas. By Representative Chuatay.
Fisheries Resources,
House Bill number 10580, increasing the income tax exemption ceiling for individual taxpayers to 400,000 pesos annually. By Representative Panaligan.
Ways and Means,
House Bill number 10581, promoting and strengthening the Magna Carta of Public Health Workers by enhancing their statutory benefits and incentives. By Representative Juan Dizon.
Health,
House Bill number 10582, amending sections 43F, 45, and 47F of the EPIRA. By Representatives Dagook and De Jesus.
Energy,
House Bill number 10583, postponing the November 2, 2026 Barangay and SK elections, sending the same on the last Monday of May 2027. By Representatives Hernandez Ferdinand, Tuan, Bautista Claude, Zamora Maria Carmen, and Zenisa.
to the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms,
House Bill number 10584, postponing the November 2, 2026 Barangay and SK elections, setting the same on the last Monday of November 2028. By Representative Alano.
Suffrage and Electoral Reforms,
House Bill number 10585, removing the burden of system loss costs from consumer electricity bills, prohibiting distribution utilities from imposing system loss charges on consumers. By Representatives Diokno, Sendanya, Ismula, and Bagao.
Energy,
House Bill number 10586, authorizing distribution utilities operating in provinces and cities hosting geothermal energy resources or geothermal power generation facilities, including provinces adjacent to highly urbanized cities and independent component cities hosting such resources or facilities, to directly purchase electricity from qualified geothermal power producers, exempting such purchases from the competitive selection process. For Representative Asidre.
Energy,
House Bill number 10587, institutionalizing the West Philippine Sea Education and Awareness Program, mandating the integration of West Philippine Sea education in basic and higher education curricula. For Representatives Adyong, Gutierrez, Ortega, Conghun, and Junicio.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture, and the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill number 10588, increasing the social pension of indigent senior citizens. For Representative Teodoro.
Senior Citizen,
House Bill number 10589, institutionalizing the community-driven development approach as a national strategy for inclusive growth and social protection. For Representative Teodoro.
Poverty Alleviation,
House Bill number 10590, instituting the Medical Reserve Corps, defining its organization, mobilization, and member protections. For Representative Teodoro.
Health,
House Bill number 10591, postponing the November 2, 2026 Barangay and SK elections, setting the same on the last Monday of November 2028. For Representatives Benitez, Javier Miguel, Arenas, Balindong, Emano, Adyong, Agaraw, Agyao, Alba, Albano, Almario, Chino Miguel, Amante, Angeles, Aquino, Aragancia, Ayon, Barbers, Bascook, Bondo, Cagas, Kawagdan, Catulpos, Chan, Junard, Chuatay, Corvera, Dagook, Dayang Hirang, Dimagila, Dimaporo, Imelda, Dimaporo City, Amina, Flores, Garcia, Albert, Garcia, Maria Angela, Go, Gonzales, Roy, Lazatin, Mangudadato, Mastura, Momo, Manalasco, Waminal, Henry, Pimentel Plaza, Plato, Rodriguez, Eulogio, Sally, Salvador, Solon, Suan, Tan Amon, Tan Joseph, Tariela, Teves, Roberto, Vargas, Villa, Villarica, Violago, Yap, Christopherson, Zubiri, Gomez, Lumayag, Madrona, and Rama.
to the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms,
House Bill number 10592, establishing a national disaster risk finance and insurance framework. For Representative Teodoro.
Disaster Resilience,
House Bill number 10593, amending the Comprehensive Firearms and Ammunition Regulation Act by requiring the safe storage of firearms and ammunition, preventing unauthorized access by minors, imposing liability for child firearm access. Representative Yap Christopherson.
Public Order Safety.
House Bill number 10594, mandating the planning, development, construction, and maintenance of the Panawan Island Circumferential Road in the province of Southern Leyte, by Representative Yap Christopherson.
Public Works and Highways.
House Bill number 10595, institutionalizing school security personnel in all public elementary and secondary schools, mandating the creation and allocation of plantilla positions, by Representative Yap Christopherson.
Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill number 10596, strengthening the juvenile justice and welfare system, by Representative Yap Christopherson.
Justice.
House Bill number 10597, providing enhanced protection, security, and benefits for media workers, by Representative Yap Christopherson.
Labor Employment.
House Bill number 10598, granting a franchise to Claveria Electric Service for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in Claveria, Masbate, by Representative Co. Antonio.
Legislative Franchises.
House Bill number 10599, providing for lifetime validity of PWD's ID cards issued to PWDs with permanent disability, by Representative Co. Pilar.
To the Special Committee on Persons with Disabilities.
House Bill number 10600, creating a family court in the province of Eastern Samar, by Representatives Libanan and Gonzales Christopher Sheen.
Justice.
House Bill number 10601, prohibiting the imposition of system loss charges on electricity consumers, strengthening accountability of electric power industry participants, and reducing system losses, by Representatives Elago, Co. and Tino.
Energy.
House Bill number 10602, accepting from last system loss charges in the sale of electricity to residential and commercial consumers, by Representatives Hernandez, Ferdinand, and Kimbo.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Resolution 1307, congratulating and commending Ms. Alex Ayala for her historic victory as champion in the WTA 500 Mubadala City DC Open at the William H. G. Fitzgerald Tennis Center, USA, by Representative Tan Keith Micah.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1308, congratulating and commending world tennis champion Alex Ayala for her outstanding performance and historic win at the 2026 Washington Open, Mubadala DC Open women's singles held at William H. G. Fitzgerald Tennis Center, Washington, D.C. from July 25, 2026 to August 4, 2026, by Representative Yam Suwan.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1309, congratulating Alex Ayala for winning the Women's Singles Championship at the 2026 Mubadala DC Open and for making history as the first Filipino to win a Women's Tennis Association Tour 500 singles title, by Representative Yatco.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1310, congratulating and commending Filipina tennis star Alex Ayala for her historic victory at the 2026 Mubadala DC Open in Washington, D.C., where she won her first WTA Tour singles title and became the first Filipino to capture a WTA Tour level singles championship, bringing honor, pride, and glory to the Philippines, by Representative Erice.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1311, congratulating and commending Alexandria Ayala for her historic victory at the 2026 Mubadala DC Open, recognizing her outstanding contribution to Philippine sports and honoring her for bringing distinction, pride, and inspiration to the Filipino people, by Representative Panaligan.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1312, commending and congratulating Alex Ayala for her historic victory at the Mubadala DC Open, becoming the first Filipina to win a WTA Tour singles title, by Representative Oreta.
Rules.
House Resolution 1313, congratulating Kristen Louise Celicius C., Matt Justin Chow C., Nino Asem Michael Reyes Gela, and Sean Liam Dalupang Larga for winning silver medals at the 23rd International Linguistics Olympiad in Romania, by Representative Oreta.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Resolution 1314, commending and congratulating Alex Ayala for her historic win at the 2026 Mubadala DC Open, becoming the first Filipino player to secure a WTA Tour title, by Representative Soriano and Tulfo Jocelyn.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1315, commending and congratulating Alex Ayala for her historic performance at the 2026 Wimbledon Championships, becoming the first Filipino player in the Open era to reach the round of 16 of a Grand Slam singles tournament, by Representative Soriano and Tulfo Jocelyn.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1316, congratulating and commending Alex Ayala for making Philippine sports history by winning the 2026 Mubadala DC Open and capturing her first WTA Tour title. For Representative Roman.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 1317, calling for an investigation by the appropriate committee of the House on the rampant sale of unsafe frozen or chilled pork in wet markets in violation of the Consumer Act of the Philippines, the Food Safety Act, and Department of Agriculture Administrative Order Number 6, Series of 2012. The Representative Briones.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 1318, calling for an investigation by the appropriate committee on the status of implementation of the Animal Industry Development and Competitiveness Act. For Representative Briones.
Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 1319, commending and congratulating Alex Maniego Ayala for her historic performance at the 2026 Wimbledon Championships, making her the first Filipina in the Open era to reach the round of 16 of a Grand Slam singles tournament. For Representative Yap Eric.
Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 1320, commending and congratulating Alex Maniego Ayala for her historic victory at the 2026 Mubadala DC Open, becoming the first Filipino player to secure a WTA Tour title. For Representative Yap Eric.
Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 1322, congratulating and commending Alex Ayala for making history as the first Filipino to win a WTA Tour level singles title, bringing great honor to the Philippines and inspiring the Filipino people through her excellence, determination, and patriotism. For Representative Teodoro.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 1323, congratulating and commending Filipina tennis star Alex Ayala for winning the 2026 Mubadala DC Open Women's Singles Championship, her first WTA Tour and WTA 500 singles title, and for becoming the first player representing the Philippines to win a WTA Tour level singles championship. For Representative Angeles.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 1326, congratulating and commending Alex Maniego Ayala for winning the Women's Singles Championship at the 2026 Mubadala DC Open, becoming the first player from the Philippines to win a Women's Tennis Association Tour level singles title, and achieving a career-high world number 20 ranking. For Representative Nazal.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 1327, commending Alex Ayala for her victory at the Mubadala Open Championship in Washington, D.C. on August 2, 2026. For Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 1328, congratulating and commending E.J. Obiena for his outstanding performance in international pole vaulting competitions in 2026. For Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Youth and Sports Development,
House Resolution 1329, urging the House Committees on Banks and Financial Intermediaries and the Committee on Information and Communications Technology to investigate the misuse of registered SIM cards and digital financial accounts for scams and to recommend necessary measures. For Representative Tiangco.
to the Committee on Information, Communication Technology,
House Resolution 1330, congratulating and commending world tennis champion Alex Ayala for becoming the first Filipina to win the 2026 Mubadala District of Columbia Open held in United States of America on August 3, 2026. For Representatives D. Faustino Michael Carlos.
Rules,
House Resolution 1331, resolution expressing the profound condolences of the House of Representatives to the family of Romeo Nono Garcia Halosjos Sr., former representative of the 1st Legislative District of Zamboanga del Norte during the 10th, 11th, and 12th Congresses, and former member of the regular Batasang Pambansa, by Representatives D. Faustino, Marcos, and Libanan.
to the Committee on Rules,
Message from the Senate. Message dated August 3, 2026, informing the House that on even date, the Senate passed Senate Bill number 1905, providing for the Magna Carta of Barangay Health Workers, in which it requests the concurrence of the House of Representatives.
to the Committee on Local Government,
Communications. Letters dated July 23, 24, and 27, 2026 of the BSP Bank Officer 6, Office of the General Counsel and Legal Services, transmitting to the House duly certified copies of certain BSP issuances.
to the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries,
Report dated August 3, 2026 of the House Secretary General on copies of the following enrolled bills which were transmitted on July 30, 2026 to the Office of the President for His Excellency's consideration and signature pursuant to Section 18H, Rule 6 of the Rules of the House. House Bill 6639, granting Philippine citizenship to Benny Francois Boatwright III, and House Bill 6644, granting Philippine citizenship to Matthew James Ramos. Committee reports. Committee Report Number 551, submitted by the Committee on Natural Resources on House Bill 10552. Committee Report Number 552, submitted by the Committee on Labor and Employment on House Bill 10559. Committee Report Number 553, submitted by the Committee on Climate Change on House Resolution 1321. Committee Report Numbers 554 and 555, submitted by the Committee on Games and Amusements on House Resolution Numbers 1324, 1325, respectively. Committee Report Numbers 556 to 573, submitted by the Committee on Local Government on House Bill Numbers 10603, 10604, 1583 to 1587, 10605 to 10613, 10621, 10622, and 10624, respectively.
The aforementioned committee reports are referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, would like to recognize the guest of Deputy Speaker Jefferson J. Konghoon from the 1st District of Zambales. 21 officials of Subikena Kawag, led by its chairwoman, Vilma Martinez, and its president, Norma Rosete, Sherilyn Jane Enoch, Vice President, Jane Ompad, Secretary, Helen Husayan, Assistant Secretary, Elsa Cruz, Treasurer, Assistant Anne-Mary Rosette, Assistant Treasurer, Lucena Gapasen, Auditor, Bernardo Mayor, Assistant Auditor, Maria Cristina Cabalik, Ledesma Lusong, Eunice Miranda as Business Managers, Ligaya de Leon, Alma Pelive, Lorna Lumbrera, Marlene Doblas, Mariflor Alberto, Lucila Reginalde as Sergeant at Arms, and from the PIO, Madeline Pabunan, Rosario Gragasin, Thelma Clemente. Mr. Speaker.
To my guests, the Subikena Kawag officials from the municipality of Subic, Zambales, welcome to the House of the People. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we would like to recognize the guest of from the 1st District of Bataan, Representative Antonino B. Roman III. The following from the municipality of Hermosa, Bataan. Mayor Ann Inton, Attorney Bernard Odron, Councilors Jelly Santos, Dr. Warren Valencia, Municipal Health Officer, Dr. Gilead Tungol, Dr. Aina Besilia, Dr. Marco Landicho, Dr. Nicole Cruz, Engineer Chris Ramirez, Engineer EJ Salenga, Mr. Mark Dison, Public Information Officer, Mr. JC Rivera, PIO, JC Biray, PNP Escort. Mr. Speaker.
To the guest of Antonino B. Roman, Representative, 1st District of Bataan, welcome to the House of the People. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I request to recognize the guests of Congressman Milagros Aquino Magsaysay, Representative United Senior Citizens Party List. They are headed by Mr. Feliciano Lambus, Oscahed, Maria Cecilia C. Bravo, Usquap, Maria Elena L. Halos, PSWD Head, Tarlac. Mr. Speaker.
To the guest of Honorable Milagros Aquino Magsaysay, Representative, United Senior Citizens Party List, welcome to the House of the People. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we request to acknowledge the guest of Honorable Timothy Joseph Tim Cayton. They are Ms. Catherine Ann Cayton, Mr. Jason Henry Taganas, and Ms. Rebecca Reyes. Mr. Speaker.
To the guest of Honorable Timothy Joseph Tim Cayton, Lone District of Nueva Ecija, welcome to the House of the People. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we likewise request to acknowledge the guests of Deputy Majority Leader Jose Bong Teves Jr. and Honorable Benjamin C. Agarao. They are from the local government unit of Louisiana, Laguna. They are Mayor Jomafer Alvarez, Councilor Hans Christian Rondilia, Councilor Romnick Racoma, Councilor Elaine Tiope, Councilor Duke Ezekiel Treb Kuala, Councilor Marlon Oblinida, Councilor Marvin Padayhag, Councilor Arnulfo Abrejera, and lastly, Councilor Janice Angela Rondilla. Mr. Speaker.
To the guests of Honorable Bong Tebes and Honorable Agarao, welcome to the House of the People. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move to consider House Bill number 9532 as contained in Committee Report number 390, submitted by the Committee on Higher and Technical Education. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
The Secretary General is so directed.
House Bill number 9532, an act providing universal access to digital academic textbooks, learning materials, and wireless fidelity for students in public and private higher education institutions through the establishment of a national academic content repository.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of sponsorship and debate, and that the chairperson of the Committee on Higher and Technical Education, the Honorable Representative Jude A. Asidre, be recognized to begin sponsorship of the measure.
The Honorable Asidre is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, my esteemed colleagues, good afternoon. I rise today to sponsor House Bill 9532 under Committee Report number 390, otherwise known as the Universal Access to Learning Resources Act. This measure is founded in a simple principle. Every Filipino college student deserves access to quality learning resources wherever they study and whatever their circumstances in life. Education flourishes when knowledge is within reach. In today's world, that means ensuring that quality learning materials are available whenever they are needed, wherever learning takes place, and regardless of a student's financial capacity or geographic location. Over the years, Congress has made education a national priority. We have expanded access to higher education through scholarships, pre-tertiary education, and greater public investment in our colleges and universities. These reforms have opened the doors of our classrooms to millions of young Filipinos. Yet entering the classroom is only the beginning. Students also need access to quality learning materials that allow them to succeed, deepen their understanding, and complete their education. For many, textbooks and academic resources remain costly or simply beyond reach. This bill addresses that challenge directly. At the center of this measure is the establishment of the National Academic Content Repository, NACR, a centralized, government-supported digital repository of academic textbooks, instructional materials, research resources, and open educational content developed by our own higher education institutions and faculty. Instead of valuable academic resources remaining accessible only within individual campuses, this measure makes them available across the entire higher education system. It transforms learners, it transforms knowledge into a shared national resource that benefits every learner, every educator, and every institution. But access to knowledge requires more than content. It also requires connectivity. For this reason, the bill provides for high-speed Wi-Fi in public and private higher education institutions, beginning with campuses in rural and underserved communities. A digital repository achieves its full purpose only when students and faculty can reliably access it. By investing in both content and connectivity, this measure helps bridge the digital divide and creates more equal learning opportunities across the country. This initiative is also built on partnership. The bill clearly defines the respective responsibilities of CHED, the ICT, and our public and private higher education institutions. CHED will lead the development and curation of digital academic content, strengthen the capacity of faculty to produce high-quality learning materials, and recognize academic excellence among content creators. The ICT will provide the digital infrastructure necessary to connect our institutions. Meanwhile, our higher education institutions will promote digital literacy, encourage faculty participation, and integrate these resources into teaching, learning, and library services. Together, these institutions create an ecosystem where knowledge is continuously created, shared, improved, and preserved for future generations. Equally important, this measure builds on what government has already accomplished. Rather than creating an entirely new platform, the National Academic Content Repository will build upon PHL CHED Connect, allowing us to maximize existing investments, avoid unnecessary duplication, and expand a platform that our higher education community already recognizes. It is a practical approach that promotes continuity, efficiency, and long-term sustainability. Mr. Speaker, this bill is about far more than digitalizing textbooks. It is about democratizing knowledge. It recognizes that talent is found in every province, every city, and every community. Opportunity should be just as widely distributed. As students studying in a small provincial campus should have meaningful access to quality academic resources comparable to those available in our largest universities. By making knowledge more accessible, we also strengthen collaboration among institutions, encourage innovation in teaching and learning, and support lifelong learning for both students and educators. Education has always been the great equalizer. Every barrier we remove creates another opportunity for a young Filipino to learn, to grow, and to contribute. By making quality academic resources universally accessible, we empower our students to pursue excellence, equip our educators to share knowledge more effectively, and strengthen the foundation of a more competitive and knowledge-driven nation. This measure affirms a simple but enduring belief. Knowledge should never be limited by geography, income, or circumstance. When we make learning resources more accessible, we invest not only in individual success, but in our country's collective future. I therefore ask for the support of this August Chamber in approving House Bill number 9532. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate the sponsor, I move to close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of amendments.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee nor individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
Again, any objection? Hearing none. Motion approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to vote on second reading, House Bill number 9532. As contained in Committee Report number 390.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move to consider House Bill number 9812 as contained in Committee Report number 454, submitted by the Committee on Higher and Technical Education. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
The Secretary General is so directed.
House Bill 9812, an act prescribing the mandatory guidelines for the establishment, operation, and governance of local universities and colleges.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of sponsorship and debate, and that the chairperson of the Committee on Higher and Technical Education, the Honorable Jude A. Asidre be recognized to begin sponsorship of the measure.
The Honorable Isidre is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, magandang hapon po sa lahat. As chairperson of the Committee on Higher and Technical Education, I rise to sponsor House Bill number 9812 under Committee Report 454 entitled the Local Universities and Colleges Governance Act. Mr. Speaker, improving Philippine higher education is a long journey. House Bill number 9812 brings us one step closer by strengthening the governance of our local universities and colleges, or LUCs. LUCs have expanded access to higher education, especially for students who cannot afford to study far from home. But their rapid growth has also exposed long-standing governance gaps, unclear oversight, uneven standards, political interference, unstable funding, and programs that do not always respond to local needs. Access alone is not enough. A publicly funded college must offer education that is credible, relevant, and worthy of the trust placed in it by students, families, and taxpayers. This measure therefore answers the basic governance question that have long unsettled for so long. Who sets the standards? Who supervises the institution? Who chooses its leaders? Who ensures sustainable funding? And who protects the students when an institution fails to comply? First, the bill establishes clear standards before an LUC is created or allowed to offer programs. An LGU must demonstrate need, financial capacity, qualified personnel, adequate facilities, and a 5-year institutional development plan. Programs must respond to local labor market and community needs. The question should no longer be simply, can we open a college? The proper question is, can we govern and sustain a quality college? Second, the bill clarifies oversight. LUCs will be subject to the monitoring, evaluation, and technical assistance of CHED and TESDA. A dedicated local universities and colleges affairs division will provide a permanent institutional home for LUC regulation and development. This replaces fragmented supervision with coordinated accountability. LUCs will know the standards they must meet, the agency responsible, and where they can obtain support. Third, the measure professionalizes leadership. The governing board will include the local chief executive, the LUC president, the representatives of the faculty, alumni, students, regulators, the sanggunian, and the business sector. The president will be appointed through a formal search process for a definite term. A local college is a public trust. Its direction must not depend solely on local politics or one official. Decisions must reflect academic standards, student welfare, and long-term institutional development. Fourth, the bill strengthens fiscal governance. It grants LUCs autonomy over approved budget and income, provides for quarterly releases, protects annual funding for arbitrary deduction, subject to accounting rules and audit. The bill likewise protects students by placing limits on fees and other charges. Quality education requires adequate resources, but institutional costs must remain reasonable and accountable. Fifth, the measure combines accountability with development support. CHED and TESDA will assist qualified LUCs through faculty development, improved facilities, scholarship, internships, applied research, and industry partnerships. LUCs do not operate under equal conditions. National standards must therefore be matched by national assistance. Existing LUCs will have 3 years to comply. Institution must receive clear guidance and technical support, while students must be protected throughout the transition. Mr. Speaker, this measure does not attempt to weaken local autonomy. Instead, it makes local autonomy more responsible, transparent, and sustainable. It further affirms that our LUCs deserve a clear governance framework and strong public support. Where and when governance improves, standards become consistent. When and where leadership becomes professional, institutions can plan beyond political terms. When funding becomes predictable, faculty and facilities can improve. And when oversight becomes clear,
students receive the quality education they were promised. House Bill 9812 brings access and quality together. It gives our institutions the structure they need to become stable, credible, and responsive institutions of higher learning. Their journey towards a stronger higher education system remains long. But by improving how our local universities and colleges are governed, we move one decisive step closer to the future that our learners deserve. For this reason, Mr. Speaker, I respectfully request the immediate approval of House Bill number 9812. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the lady from Party List Kabataan, the Honorable Rene Luis Emco, to interpolate the sponsor.
The Honorable Reneco is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honorable sponsor who is now sponsoring House Bill 9812 to prescribe mandatory guidelines for the establishment, operation, and governance of local universities and colleges. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, I commend the Committee on Higher and Technical Education with the lead of Chair Jude Isidre in ensuring that this bill is created. Tama naman po na for now, walang governance framework ang ating local universities and colleges. And this will surely guide not only those existing LUCs, pero ang gusto natin, no, mas maraming LUCs pa ang magawa, ma-establish, at klaro kung paano nila panghawakan yung prinsipyo kung paano sila magpatakbo ng isang universidad. No? The lines of questioning this representation will open dahil may mga prinsipyo pong binukas ang good sponsor natin kung paano papatakbuhin ang isang local university or college. We'd like to supplement further how to better run these institutions bilang may maiksing kasaysayan din sa pagtulong sa pagpapatakbo ng universidad bilang nagsilbi na rehente ng mag-aaral ng Universidad ng Pilipinas for 1.5 years. We'd like to ensure that governance is still centered around rights and freedoms, democratic participation, and the principles already existing in law, such as for free education under that of the universal access to quality tertiary education. Ang unang tanong ko po, Mr. Speaker, good sponsor, in the Declaration of State Principles, nakikita natin kung ano po yung mga gustong panghawakan na mga prinsipyo sa pag-establish, maintain, and support the complete, adequate, and integrated system of education. Kasama rin po dito yung anong vital role ng LUCs in workforce development. And to that end, these mandatory guidelines are created. But Mr. Speaker, good sponsor, I'd like to direct our attention to an oft-cited but unfortunately not enough attention is given to Section 5 of Article 13 of our Constitution, which says academic freedom shall be enjoyed in all institutions of higher learning. Mr. Speaker, good sponsor, I notice that there is no mention of academic freedom as a tenet of LUC governance in the bill. So, Mr. Speaker, good sponsor, I'd like to ask, good sponsor, are you in agreement that academic freedom should be a central principle na dapat panghawakan ng ating local universities and colleges sa pagpapatakbo ng kanilang universidad? And to that end, they should be compliant with this state principle in the law that should be passed.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, this representation, the sponsor is fully in agreement with the representative from Kabataan Party List. We both agree that academic freedom is central not only to LUCs but to the entirety of our higher educational system, as presently expressed under our current laws and, of course, under the Constitution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good sponsor. Truly, academic freedom is under the Constitution enjoyed in all institutions of higher learning. This has gone through evolution in our constitutions, in our previous iterations. Iba yung wording niya. Ang wording niya, no, na for example, in the 1970s Constitution, that all institutions of higher learning shall enjoy academic freedom. Kung i-interpret lang natin ito, it's institutional autonomy. But in the 1987 Constitution, the shift in wording has created so that it expanded in interpretation that it also covers faculty academic freedom. No, and it's also this representation's belief that student academic freedom should also be part of the discussion. So, although of course evolving yung ating discussion dito, Mr. Speaker, good sponsor, will the sponsor be open to amendments to introduce language to ensure that academic freedom, as mentioned nga po, is something that is still central in ensuring that LUCs in its governance hindi po makalimutan at mapanghawakan ng faculty, students, and even institutions. Kailangan nilang may active defense and proactive means para in-exercise nila yung academic freedom. Will the good sponsor be amenable to these amendments, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, first point, the sponsor would like to stress that nothing in the bill attempts to distract anything or deduct anything other than what is established already by law, by the Constitution, and by current jurisprudence in reference to academic freedom. We concur with the honorable colleague from Kabataan Party List that academic freedom must continue to be enjoyed both by institutions and the faculty, and to as far as practicable, even by the students themselves. In totality of the bill, that is directed toward that end. The fact that we are trying to ensure that there should be a recognition of all LUCs is to ensure that all students in LUCs would be able to avail of the free higher education. At the moment, considering the fact that some LUCs are not recognized or have not reached the quality desired for them or required for them to avail of the free higher education, is but a step towards making sure that the rights and the well-being of our students are properly addressed to. And same with the initiatives in reference to faculty development, to research improvement, and to the overall growth of our local universities and colleges. However, at the proper time, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, this representation is also open to a more explicit articulation of the importance of academic freedom in the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, good sponsor. I'm glad to hear that the committee and the representation is open to such articulation, and at the proper time, this representation will introduce that amendment to ensure that in the governance and establishment and operation of local universities and colleges, we do not forget academic freedom, and we remain central to the respect of this freedom in the governance of the various institutions, the various moving parts of a local university. Mr. Speaker, good sponsor, my next question is in relation to democratic participation. In particular, Section 12 provides the composition of the Board of Trustees or / regents, which would be the highest governing bodies of local universities and colleges. So, in this representation's research, that would be 10 people, and 2 of which would come from representatives from the business sector who are of known probity and distinction in the respective professions or fields of expertise or specialization in the municipality, city, or province where the LUC is located. So, Mr. Speaker, good sponsor, I'd like to ask, why are there 2 representatives from the business sector that is provided in the composition of the LUC board, Mr. Speaker?
There are basically 3 reasons why we'd want to keep this practice as copied from the current organization of our LUCs. First, this is already the practice in place. and we wish to simply institutionalize the same governance arrangement by statute. Second is that it allows for a wider participation by the local community, especially the private business community, considering that the critical role of LUCs in local workforce development. We have to make sure that both the programs as well as the governance of our LUCs are actually responsive to the needs and requirements of the local community, especially in terms of employment and workforce development. And the third reason is a more practical one, to ensure the parity and the balance in the voting, the number of voting members of the governance, so as to the governing board, so as to prevent any future difficulties in the management of the voting in the governing board.
Mr. Speaker, good sponsor, we understand the principle coming from that is practiced in the bill na paano ang workforce integration. But this representation can't help but look at this through a more critical lens. Because while that is standing, the other interests pulling universities in different directions is phenomena called commercialization and privatization. So, of course, the business sector has a stake in ensuring that universities and higher educational institutions are run. But at this moment, and in the decades past, nakikita natin na nahihila siya sa isang direksyon na sa tungo pag-privatize, pag-commercialize ng university assets and even students to the point na nakikita natin na halos commodities yung trato sa kanila. Which is why we're critical of yung extent ng participation ng business interests in universities or even in knowledge production institutions such as an LUC. And here, if 2 out of the 10 would be members coming from the business sector, I think that would equate to around 20% of the highest governing body manggagaling po sa business sector. So, and Mr. Speaker, good sponsor, ito po yung hinahanap ko din po dahil po galing po akong UP and 11 po yung members ng aming Board of Regents, one of which actually includes a staff regent. So that would be the representative of not only staff, pero full-time permanent research, extension, and professional staff, administrative personnel, lalo na't kung may mga organization sila, pwede po silang may iskema na pipiliin from their ranks according to the rules and qualifications set by them. So, Mr. Speaker, good sponsor, I'd like to inquire, bakit po walang staff regent in the composition? And is the good sponsor amenable, open to including a staff regent in the composition of the Board of Trustees or Regents?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, would like to address first and foremost the matter regarding the participation of the 2 private sector representatives. The intention is not to provide undue influence by 2 out of 10. But if you look at the totality, the entirety of the membership and composition of the governing board, in fact, it will be diluted by the presence of other 8 more members of the governing board. And we're hopeful that instead of looking at the perspective that one may sway undue influence over the others, we rather look at it from the perspective of the possibility of closer collaboration among different sectors, ensuring that the governing board will have to consider the interests of all sectors related or relative to the local university or college. Now, on the matter regarding the inclusion of staff regent, we understand that LUCs do not have the same organizational size or institutional size as LUCs, and therefore we felt it was more prudent to keep to a more manageable number the members of the governing board. But nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, should the honorable representative from Kabataan Party List propose an amendment, proposing the inclusion of a staff regent, this sponsor would not would be open to such an amendment at the proper time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good sponsor. Just a caveat on the discussion before the addressing the necessity of a staff regent in the composition. There is a difference, Mr. Speaker, good sponsor, between the private sector and the business sector. So, of course, hindi tayo sarado sa private sector at paano i-ensure that quote-unquote private interest, private groups may have a stake in discussing yung mandate, yung operations, etc. ng isang university or a knowledge-producing institution. But that's different from the business sector na may organized for a different purpose. That could vary, pero generally, they share the underlying necessity of creating a profit margin. So yun naman po yung critical tayo doon, but nonetheless, I submit to the good sponsor in relation doon sa practice nga siyang na-establish. And nonetheless, this representative will open the amendment to including representative from full-time administrative staff or research extension professional staff at the proper time. The last concern I have, Mr. Speaker, good sponsor, is in Section 3, there is a definition of other school fees. I think this mirrors the definition used in UACTEA, RA 10931. This is Section 3, Section 3, subsection Q, which will enumerate the different fees that can be covered by the subsidy provided by the government representing tuition of students to be given to LUCs. But we did notice that other school fees was not used in the bill itself. It's defined pero hindi po siya nagamit sa provisions. So may we clarify why is this defined in the bill, Mr. Speaker, good sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, in the just recently held deliberations on the amendments to the WACTEA, we have seen the necessity of determining the distinction between the tuition fees as related to the cost of learning, as well as by articulating other school fees which may be covered by the tertiary education subsidy. This is but an administrative distinction, but nonetheless does not intend to detract from the state's obligation or the state's mandate to provide as much as we are able free education in free higher education.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, good sponsor. Looking at the definition under RA 10931, and here there are similarities, or it's the same essentially, but just clarifying because it was not used in the bill. So we wondered at why it needed to be defined in the definition of terms if it won't be used. But we did note that under Section 18, there is a provision entitled Cap on Fees Charged by the LUCs, which says that no LUC shall impose fees and other charges in an amount greater than that necessary to maintain quality instruction and reasonable operation costs, etc. So actually, the provision is not clear from whom it will charge the fees. And it is this representation's concern that will this be charged to students? UACTEA is clear that these other school fees is included in what the tuition and other school fees ang sasagutin ng gobyerno at hindi na po sisingilin sa estudyante. So may this representation have the assurance that there will continuously be no fees to be charged against students, whether it is the one provided in Section 18 or the one defined in Section 3. Mr. Speaker, good sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, first, from the onset, we'd like to clarify that one of the key reasons why we're pushing for this legislation, in to ensure that all LUCs will now be qualified to will qualify for the free higher education. Because the case as it is right now, not all LUCs are covered for reasons that they have failed to meet the standards required by the Commission on Higher Education as for the availment of the UACTEA. So this law, this section of the law of the proposed measure, section 18, does not make any distinction whether it refers to those bills that are chargeable in the future to UACTEA, as well as other fees that may be imposed by the LUCs on their own accord, on their own arrangements to the students. The distinction is being made so that even if those payments will have to be made directly by the students, the protection on the cap will still remain.
And to clarify, Mr. Speaker, good sponsor, who will be the ones that sets this cap? And what kind of fees will be covered by the cap that is defined and limited in Section 18?
Mr. Speaker, all the fees will be all fees will be covered by the cap, including tuition and other charges, including those that has been defined under Section 3Q. And this will be based on guidelines to be issued by the Commission on Higher Education and TESDA.
But to clarify, because UACTEA continues to set that other school fees must be also included with tuition to be answered by the government, will fees now be subject to out-of-pocket payments by students? Mr. Speaker, good sponsor.
As I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, considering the current situation that not all LUCs are able to avail of the UACTEA, then we find it necessary to articulate that a cap on fees must be imposed. However, at the point at the time when all LUCs would have qualified for UACTEA, then that any of these fees should be charged against the free higher education.
Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Speaker. Good sponsor. We understand essentially the logistical difficulties that our LUCs are facing, not only in hopes that they get budget, but they also ensure that they're in the network of governance, nakakasama sila sa UACTEA. Nonetheless, this representation maintains that in principle, albeit syempre may kahirapan sa pag-register, like let's get cross to that bridge when we get there, na hindi po ay tumututol tayo sa pagtataas at pagsingil ng mga iba't ibang bayarin galing sa mga estudyante para pagpatuloy ang kanilang pag-aaral. This representation continues to advocate for free, quality, accessible education, and to that purpose, continues to advocate for a higher budget on education and as provided in the principle under the Constitution. Thank you, Mr. Chair, good sponsor, for your answers, and this representation will introduce the necessary amendments that we've discussed on the floor to ensure that the governance, while it maintains the principles that it did as this was filed, it is also centered in the rights and freedoms of the members of the education sector, in democratic participation, and in the principle for free, quality, accessible education under that of UACTEA already. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good sponsor.
Thank you, distinguished colleague. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the gentleman from Party List ACT Teachers, the Honorable Antonio L. Tino, to interpolate the sponsor.
The Honorable Tino is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ilang mga katanungan po sa sponsor. Okay. Um, well, of course, ang unang concern natin to pick up on something raised by Representative Ko, yung tungkol sa UACTEA. Okay. Kailangan pong ilinaw natin, importanteng punto po ito, no, na ayon po sa UACTEA, I'm talking of course about Republic Act 10931, ito yung libreng tertiary education, no, landmark law, and as we mentioned in committee the other day, August 3 po yung pangilang anniversary na ba? 9th anniversary ng batas na ito. Siyempre, makasaysayang batas po yan dahil pinasa ng Kongresong ito ang pagiging libre ng tertiary educations at ang coverage po niyan, nasa title pa lang po, an act promoting universal access to quality tertiary education by providing for free tuition and other school fees in state universities and colleges, local universities and colleges, and state-run technical vocational institutions. Yun yung isang una. And then establishing the tertiary education subsidy and student loan program, strengthening the unified student financial assistance system for tertiary education, and appropriating funds therefore. No, so malinaw po yung pinaka tinatakda nung batas na ito na magiging libre ang edukasyon sa state universities and colleges at sa local universities and colleges. Of course, nasa section 4 yan. For emphasis, let me read. Free higher education in SUCs and LUCs. All Filipino students who are either currently enrolled at the time of the effectivity of this act or shall enroll at any time thereafter in courses in pursuance of a bachelor's degree, certificate degree, or any comparable undergraduate degree in any SUC and LUC shall be exempt from paying tuition and other school fees for units enrolled in. Okay. So yun po yung importante. Okay. So, ang gusto ko pong malaman, Mr. Speaker, ay mababago po ba ito kung sakaling maipasa ang panukalang batas? No? Kasi kaya ko po natanong dahil sa section 7, Section 7 ng panukalang batas, benefits and incentives. All LUCs established in accordance with the provisions of sections 5 and 6 of this act shall be eligible to avail themselves of the benefits provided under Republic Act number 10931, otherwise known as the Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education Act. Parang medyo, nung binasa ko po to, parang medyo nagtataka lang ako sa formulasyon dahil yung strictly speaking, the Republic Act 10931 does not provide benefits to institutions, for example, state universities and colleges or local universities and colleges. It talks about guaranteeing free education to qualified students, meaning Filipino, undergraduate, etc. No? So, yun lang. Bakit po ganun? No? At siguro, ang pinaka-importanting tanong ay may assurance po ba na mananatili at hindi nababago yung mandato ng Republic Act 10931 na libre ang edukasyon sa mga LUCs para sa mga qualified na estudyante.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, first, we'd like to assure the honorable representative from ACT Teachers Party List that there is no intent to amend any of the provisions provided under 10931. And those benefits or the provisions of the pre-higher education will apply in its entirety so far as consistent to its provision. In fact, the reason why we are strongly pushing for this proposed legislation is so that more students can actually avail, more LUCs would eventually be covered. Just to explain, Mr. Speaker, out of 152 LUCs that have been listed by CHED, only 107 were granted institutional recognition for the school year 2024 to 2025, leaving around 34% of these HEIs, of these LUCs, without recognition. And during the last budget hearing, of 179 LUCs nationwide, only 107 are qualified for free tuition after passing CHED quality assurance standards. As earlier mentioned in my sponsorship speech, Mr. Speaker, I propose that this measure try to bring access and quality together. It's very important that institutions in the implementation of 10931 of RA 10931, institutions without institutional recognition are presumed to have quality and compliance problem. And that's why we somewhat restrict their access to the free higher education. And who bears much of the consequence are our students who are supposed to be entitled to free higher education, but on no fault of their own, just because of the existing institutional condition of the LUC, are unable to avail. So by proposing a common governance framework, we hope to ensure that the quality of our LUCs and their compliance with what is required for institutional recognition by CHED would be satisfied and fulfilled, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague.
Of course, mahalaga po yung layunin, yung gusto mangyari na magkaroon ng maayos na sistema ng regulasyon ng mga local universities and colleges para nga matiyak ang quality of education para sa mga estudyante at para matiyak din yung protection at the same time ng, for example, ng academic and administrative staff dito sa mga universities na ito. Ang isang malinaw po, tama po ba, Mr. Chair, mula nang maipasa ang Republic Act 10931, yung free tertiary education, ay may nakita po ba tayong paglaki ng enrollment ng mga local universities and colleges? Or pagdami at paglaki ng mga enrollment?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, no? Tama po ang ating kagalang-galang na kinatuan mula sa ACT Teachers Party List. Bachelor enrollment, baccalaureate enrollment, and LUCs rose roughly 44% in 2 years, from just about 343,000 in 2021, naging 493,000 in 2023. So from 2011 to 2021, lumaki ho ng 168% ang enrollment sa mga LUC, ikumpara po sa 72.9% sa mga SUC. At napakahalaga po na nakikita natin na ang mga LUCs ang siyang fastest growing segment ng Philippine higher education, pero nakikitaan natin ng significant regulatory gap. Nakikitaan natin ng pangangailangan ng isang pambansang framework para magkaroon ng common standard for quality and compliance sa mga LUCs.
Okay. So, importante po na nailabas natin yung datos na yon na fastest growing segment ng tertiary education or higher education sector ang local universities and colleges. Ibig sabihin, kakaiba po ang paglaki ng enrollment as mentioned by the sponsor. Ibig po talaga sabihin, nandyan yung demand, yung pangangailangan o yung kagustuhan ng mga kababayan natin na makapagtuloy ng pag-aaral sa antas kolehiyo, no? At hindi lahat po ng mga region ay merong state university or college, di ba? Merong mga region wala pa, no? Tapos yung kung private naman, alam natin, of course, hindi ganap na libre ito, may gastos ito. So kaya po mahalaga ang mga local governments dahil sila ang nasa posisyon, no, para magbukas ng mga local universities and colleges na ito mas malapit talaga sa komunidad. No? Kaya mahalaga po, no? At dapat ma-encourage palalo ang mga local universities and colleges, sila ang pupuno doon sa pangangailangan ng ating mamamayan. Kaya mahalaga rin naman po na syempre ang expansion ng higher education through LUCs dapat nagagabayan din ng regulasyon para matiyak ang kalidad, ang academic freedom, and so on and so forth. No? So, yun po ang pinag-uusapan natin dito. Ngayon, ang importante lang po, unang punto ay nananatili at hindi nagbabago, yan ang narinig natin sa sponsor, na ang saklaw at garantiya ng Republic Act 10931 para sa mga qualified students ng free tertiary education. So hindi po nababago yan. No? So in other words, walang babayarang tuition and other fees ang mga qualified students sa mga local universities and colleges, no? And in fact, tama po ba, Mr. Speaker at ginoong sponsor, sa Republic Act 10931, Section 11, hindi po nababago ito. Prohibited Act. Upon effectivity of this Act, it shall be unlawful for any person, SUC, LUC, and state-run TVI to collect tuition and other school fees from qualified students, provided that this section shall not apply to collections from students who voluntarily opt out of the tuition and other school fee subsidy or make a contribution to the school. No? So, meron po ba tayong confirmation, Mr. Speaker, na nananatili o mananatili ang prohibition na ito kahit pa mapasa ang batas, ang panukalang batas kaugnay sa mga LUCs. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, tama po ang inyong appreciation. Nananatili po ang prohibition na yan. Kanina, na-raise po pero kaklaruhin ko lang ho, kasama po doon sa provision is yung requirement that they should be qualified.
Yes.
So, given the number of LUCs that are not yet qualified, that makes us, gives us we made the decision to make sure that there's also a cap on fee policy even for those who are collecting. This refers to LUCs that have not yet qualified. But by the time they qualified under the WACTEA, they will no longer be allowed to collect any fees.
Okay. Well, actually, dun sa prohibition in Section 11 under Republic Act 10931, yung qualified doon refers to students. Kasi yung free tertiary education applies to qualified students, and by qualified students, ang ibig po sabihin nun ay provided that kailangan they pass the entrance examination and other admission and retention requirements of the SUCs. So, meron pong ganon, no? At may mga iba pang requirement na, for example, kailangan first degree mo ito, first undergraduate degree, pag pangalawa na, hindi na libre, and so on. No? Or pagka postgraduate degree, hindi ito covered ng free tertiary education. No? So yun po yung ibig sabihin ng qualified students. No? In other words, ang sinasabi ng Republic Act 10931, pag hindi ka kasama sa mga qualified, pwedeng maningil ng tuition. No? So, this is therefore, in that context, doon ko po iniintindi yung Section 18 ng proposed bill ninyo, which is the cap. Section 18, cap on fees charged by the LUCs. No LUC through its governing board shall impose fees and other charges in an amount greater than that necessary to maintain quality instruction and reasonable operation costs as determined in accordance with guidelines to be issued by the CHED and TESDA. In no case shall any increase exceed the cap prescribed in consultation with the LGU concerned and associations as may be applicable. Okay. So tama po bang intindi ko na itong cap na ito ay para dun sa fees na pwedeng singilin ng mga LUC? No, which is to say, dun sa mga hindi qualified. So, pangalawang degree mo na o kaya mag-MA ka, hindi ka covered ng UACTEA. Tama po ba, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, first, tama po ang appreciation ng ating kinatawan from ACT Teachers Party List. In addition, itong cap din po ay mag-a-apply for those LUCs na hindi pa naka-achieve ng institutional recognition ayon sa existing guidelines ng WACTEA. But they are given 3 years to comply. So that at the end of 3 years, all would enjoy the benefits of WACTEA. At pangatlo po, ito po ay nag-a-apply din sa fees na i-charge ng LUC na babayaran ng gobyerno.
Okay. Okay, so the setting of fees and caps on fees also applies to the government subsidy.
Tama.
The
Yes,
UACTEA, anong tawag nila dyan? Higher education,
Free higher
subsidy
education.
essentially. No? Free higher education subsidy. So ito yung magiging basis doon sa sisingilin ng LUC sa CHED. Tama po ba?
po kayo.
Ang intindi ko sa bill ay magsasubmit sila ang LUC, yung qualified, sa CHED ng parang proposed budget based on projected enrollment.
Tama po.
And other costs. And then the proposals of all LUCs will be collected by CHED and included in the budget proposal of CHED. Tama po ba?
Tama po kayo, especially with the reimbursement. Kasi ang reimbursement po, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, na mga free higher education payments ng mga LUC ay dumadaan po sa Commission on Higher Education. Unlike po sa case ng mga SUC na direkta po sa Department of Budget and Management.
Okay, so dito ang mekanismo ay magsasubmit ang LUC sa CHED ng
Nagbibill
budget
po,
proposal,
Mr.
essentially?
Speaker, distinguished colleague, basically nagbibill sila sa...
Nagbibill sila. Okay, and then CHED will have, as part of its budget, a fund to reimburse.
Tama po kayo,
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished
Alright.
colleague.
So yun din ang purpose nung cap on fees. No? Ibig sabihin, hindi pwedeng mag-set ng napakataas. Basta yung reasonable lang. Parang ganon. And at the same time, you mentioned the transition period. So yung mga hindi pa qualified,
They have
may
3
tatlong
years.
taon. Tapos, dahil hindi sila qualified, right now you said, merong LUCs na parang 34% of the total of 179. Tama po ba yun?
Yes, out of 152 LUCs, 107 lang ang may institutional recognition.
Okay, so ibig po sabihin, yung 107 lang po ang sa ngayon ay
Nag-i-enjoy
covered
covered ng free higher education,
free
Mr.
higher
Speaker.
education. So yung remainder na 145, sorry, hindi, mali. Na ano pala, 45? 45.
45,
Oh,
Mr.
45
Speaker.
ay they charge, hindi libre.
Hindi po, sa
Hindi
maraming
libre under
pagkakataon po, Mr.
UAPTEA.
Speaker, these are locally funded.
Oh, locally funded.
Nalilibre din,
Okay.
pero locally funded.
Okay. But, okay, so, pero right now, ang mangyayari, pag napasa ito, they will fall under the cap.
Tama po kayo, Mr.
Okay,
Speaker.
okay. Alright, thank you for, very, very important po yung clarification na hindi babaguhin ng panukalang batas na ito yung coverage, mandato at garantiya ng under Republic Act 10931 na free, libre ang higher education para sa mga qualified Filipino students, whether nasa SUC ka or LUC. Okay, so yun po yung isang importanteng na-establish natin. Now, regarding fiscal autonomy, meron pong provision dito, Section 17. Sabi po rito, Section 17, subject to the provisions of Republic Act number 7160 and Republic Act 772, LUC shall enjoy fiscal autonomy in the administration of their approved budgets and income. Okay? Ito po ang isang question. Gusto ko lang po ng clarification, Mr. Speaker. The LGU, depending on its current fiscal space, actually merong isang provision dito to enable the LGUs to implement the provisions of this act, the personal services limitations under sections 325A and section 331B of Republic Act number 7160 shall not be applicable to the expenses appropriated for the compensation of LUC personnel. So may exemption under this proposed bill ang mga LUCs from the PS cap, di ba? On na controversial yan, no? Nasa anong tawag dito doon sa general basically sa budget ng mga local government units may cap and personnel services pero exempted with regard to LUC personnel, specifically faculty. Okay, balik ako dun sa section sa first part of section 17. It says here, the LGU, depending on its current fiscal space, shall likewise enjoy autonomy in determining or adjusting the salaries, emoluments, and other forms of benefit or compensation for the faculty of the LUCs. So, gusto ko lang po ng paglilinaw, Mr. Speaker. Essentially, is this a carve-out? So, yung LUCs dito ay binibigyan ng exemption or carve-out from the salary standardization law. Ganun po ba? Kasi ang sinasabi rito, may kalayaan ang mga LUC na mag-determine ng sweldo partikular ng kanilang faculty. No? So ngayon, I mean, that could go both ways. Pwedeng pumabor, pero mas malamang, given yung realities ng limitasyon ng funding, baka madihado ang mga faculty. Ibig sabihin, hindi sila obligadong sumunod sa salary standardization law. Kung instructor 1, may ganitong salary grade, assistant professor, etc. Dito parang ang sinasabi, bahala na ang LGU, depende sa inyong fiscal space o sa inyong kakayahan. Paano po yan? Ganun po ba ang intensyon, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, babalikan ko lang po yung key provisions ng Section 17, if you let me. First, Section 17 emphasizes that LUCs will enjoy fiscal autonomy over the approval of their budget and income. In fact, we're very explicit na yung taunang appropriation ng LGU for an LUC must not be less than the previous fiscal year's approved amount at dapat automatically and regularly released quarterly without further request. At maaari din ang governing board mag-augment ng items, mag-reallocate ng savings, generate, retain, utilize income from tuition, grants, donation, and endowments. Although lahat po ng gastos ng LUCs are subject to COA post-audit. Isa po sa mahalagang feature na provision with regard to fiscal autonomy, yung exemption po from the personal compensation cap, yung exemption from the PS cap ayon sa RA 7160. Why has this been done? Kasi isa po sa naging balakid, the single largest structural obstacle for LUC's growth is their ability to hire qualified full-time faculty. So the reading po of that particular section, yung autonomy in determining or adjusting the salaries, emoluments, and other forms of benefits and compensation of the faculty of LUC would have to be understood in that perspective. So we assure the good gentleman from ACT Teachers Party List, the intent of the bill is to make sure that competitive ang ating sweldo, ang ating compensation para sa ating mga kaguruan, sa mga personnel ng ating mga local universities and colleges.
So, in other words, Mr. Chair, talagang ang intention dito ay exempted sila from
Pataasin.
SSL.
Because basically, ang naging balakid, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, is that given the limitations on PS cap, existing PS cap, nahihirapan pong mag-hire ang ating mga LUCs ng mga magagaling na kaguruan. Other than that, they have a limitation as to the number of plantilla positions that may be created. So we made sure that that flexibility is afforded to all our LUCs.
However, there's already an exemption from the PS cap, di ba, Mr. Speaker? No, so basically what I'm getting at, Mr. Speaker, is okay po na may flexibility, pero importante rin na may proteksyon ang mga faculty. This only applies to faculty, no, hindi po yung staff. Maganda rin po na may protection na at least hindi bababa sa kumbaga kung sa salary grade, no, ng state universities and colleges. Posible po bang ganon?
Well, we would like to assure the good gentleman, Mr. Speaker, would like to assure the good gentleman from ACT Teachers Party List that the intent is to really make the salary scale and the compensation packages for LUC faculty to be more competitive and attractive to them. That's the general intention. We have this, Mr. Speaker, been a challenge of the salary for example, for LUC presidents. Kasi dahil ho sa limitations ng LGU, mahirapan po silang mag-recruit ng magagaling na LUC presidents. Dahil nga po yung pinapayagang amount sa kanila hindi ho ganun ka-competitive as compared to the other SUCs or HEIs. And the same goes also for higher faculty eventually.
Okay. So, well, okay, yan po ang isang concern na fina-flag natin, Mr. Speaker, na we might end up na mas mababa ang magiging sweldo. As it is now, sa SSL, that is existing, no? Hindi necessarily sumasang-ayon tayo rito, pero sa existing law ng SSL, pag ina-apply ang SSL sa LGUs, meron na nga yan, consideration, di ba? If your salary grade 11 in a fifth class municipality, it's something like 60% ba? 60% lang nung level nung national, no? So meron na actually ganun, di ba? So hindi pa ba makasasapat 'yon, no? Para ang point ko lang, kung ang instructor 1 sa state universities and colleges ay salary grade 12 ba? Salary grade 12 ay dapat at least salary grade 12 din yung ating mga nasa LUC.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, yan po ang intent ng batas. Kaya po natin nilalagyan kasi sa kasalukuyang setup na hindi ho pinapayagan ng parehong equivalent or comparable salary rates. So limited po ang kapasidad ng ating mga LGUs na magbigay ng ganung sweldo po. In fact, as I mentioned, as yung example ko po, ang head ng LUCs, mas mababa po ang sahod compared to the head of an SUC. But in any case, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, we understand where the good gentleman from ACT CIS, ACT Teachers Party List is coming from. And we will impose no objection should the good gentleman propose the language necessary to clarify the intent of the bill.
Okay. Thank you for that, Mr. Speaker. And we will do that, no? Introduce some sort of parity or equalization provision as a minimum. Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Speaker. Sa totoo lang, siguro huling punto na po, Mr. Speaker. Ang pinaka-concern din kasi, alam natin sa mga local universities and colleges, dahil po LGU ito, at kumbaga mas malapit sa local executive. In fact, the local executive sits as the local chief executive sits as the, tama po ba, ang pinuno ng board ng mga LUC will be the local chief executive. Di po ba?
Tama po kayo.
So yun po, ang isang talagang iba kumpara sa mga state universities and colleges. No, where of course the president appoints, pero hindi po ganun ka-direct sa national executive ang ating mga state universities and colleges. So the concern here is with regard to academic freedom and academic autonomy, no? Na alam naman natin ang realidad ng politika na maaaring may kakaibang impluensya talaga ang local chief executive sa mga institusyon, no? At ayaw naman natin mangyari na maging in other words, maging napakalaking factor ang politika, diba, sa isang institusyong akademiko, sa local university or college. So we would like, of course, guarantees on not just the fiscal autonomy, but the academic autonomy as well of our local universities and colleges. So yung mga garantiya on academic freedom is one. In other words, halimbawa, kung merong mga estudyante o faculty, for example, na critical sa local policies ng LGU, siyempre, bahagi yan ng academic freedom and freedom of expression, di ba? So, what guarantees are there that will ensure that local universities will thrive as spaces for democratic discourse, no, in their communities? Yun po ang isang mahalagang papel ng mga education institutions, especially higher education institutions sa ating lipunan, di ba? Ito yung mga espasyo dapat na meron talagang malayang talakayan. Kasama rito yung talakayan sa politika, no? So, yun ang concern po natin. Mr. Chair, parang Mr. Speaker, paano po matitiyak na hindi mananaig ang patronage politics at politika? Isa would be a guarantee on academic freedom. Pangalawa, protection of tenure, security of tenure for personnel. Meron po bang mga provision dito kaugnay nun?
Mr. Speaker, first, the sponsor is not oblivious to such situations in our LUCs. In fact, we endeavored to address these instances of political interference. But what we have decided as a course of action and proposed in the bill is the dilution of the role of the LCE rather than complete removal. So if you notice, the board will now include the governing board, contrary to current practice, will have now representatives from CHED and TESDA, will have now the business sector representatives, as well as these sectoral trustees. You have from the Faculty Student Alumni Association. So the majority are no longer appointed by the mayor. So that gives us the space, as you mentioned, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, to ensure that academic freedom is protected and promoted within the life of the local LUC. We cannot, however, deny the particular role of the local chief executive as to assure that connection between the sponsoring LGU and the LUC. The other thing that we have also included in the bill, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, is that from the current practice wherein the LUC president is appointed by the mayor, the presidency will now be selected by a search committee drawn from CHED, TESDA, from the nationwide association of local of LUC, ALCU, and industry representative, and they will now be appointed. The LUC president will now be appointed for a fixed 4-year term. So mapipigilan na natin yung practice na pag nagbabago ang mayor, nagbabago din ang presidente ng ating mga LUC. And then we retain naman the role of the LCE as chairperson to ensure that there is a consistent flow of accountability. So in the end, the amount of support, fiscal support, political support would still be incumbent on the LCE.
Okay. Well, Mr. Speaker, maraming salamat po sa sponsor sa mga kasagutan at sa mga ilang paglilinaw na binigay niya. Thank you po. Maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat din po, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other member who wishes to interpolate the sponsor, I move to close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of sponsorship and debate is now closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of amendments is now open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee amendments, I move to proceed to consider the individual amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none, the motion is approved. Please continue.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Rene Luis M. Co. for her individual amendments.
The Honorable Renico is recognized. Please
Thank you.
proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. My first individual amendment, under Section 2, Declaration of Policy, in the first paragraph, I'd like to add the sentence, furthermore, comma, the state recognizes that academic freedom shall be enjoyed in all institutions of higher learning, period.
Does sponsor say?
The sponsor accepts the proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker.
What does the majority say?
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the proposed amendment.
There's a motion to approve the said amendments. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Please continue.
Mr. Speaker, my second amendment, given that the term quote-unquote other school fees was not used in House Bill 9812, I move that Section 3 under the definition of terms, subsection Q on other school fees be deleted.
What does the sponsor say?
The sponsor accepts the amendment.
What does the House say?
Speaker, I move to approve the proposed amendment.
There is a motion to approve the said proposed amendments. Is there an objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Please continue.
Mr. Speaker, my last amendment under Section 11, Governing Board of LUCs, on subsection A, composition, subsection G, to be replaced by, quote, one representative of the non-teaching staff or personnel association of LUCs, semicolon, and subsection H to be added, and the previous composition be placed therein, but I will read for clarity's sake. Subsection H, two representatives from the private sector as members who are of known probity and distinction in their respective professions or fields of expertise or specialization in the municipality, city, or province where the LUC is located. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
What does the sponsor say?
The sponsor accepts the proposed amendment.
Does the House say?
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the proposed amendment.
There is a motion to approve the said amendments. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Please proceed.
I no longer have any other individual amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank
Majority
you, good
Leader.
sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Antonio L. Tino for his individual amendments.
The Honorable Antonio Tino is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this has to do with the Section 17 fiscal autonomy provision, which we discussed, where the LGU is empowered to set or determine or adjust the salaries, emoluments, and other forms of benefits or compensation for the faculty of the LUCs. No? And towards the end, in the last paragraph of that Section 17, it says to enable the LGUs to implement provisions of this act, the exemptions on the PS cap. So the proposed amendment for Section 17 is that to add the following: the LGU, depending on its current fiscal space, shall likewise enjoy autonomy in determining or adjusting the salaries, emoluments, and other forms of benefit or compensation for the faculty of the LUCs, provided that in no case shall the basic salary of any faculty member be less than the corresponding salary grade provided in the salary standardization law.
What does the sponsor say?
The sponsor accepts the proposed amendment.
What does the
Thank you.
House say?
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the proposed amendment.
There is a motion to approve the said amendments. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the sponsor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other member who wishes to propose individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of amendments now closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to vote on second reading House Bill number 9812 as contained in Committee Report number 454.
There is a motion to approve on second reading House Bill number 9812. All those in favor say aye.
Aye!
Those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 9812 is approved on second reading. Session suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we request to once again acknowledge the guests of Honorable Antonino Tony Roman III and Honorable Albert S. Garcia, both from Bataan. They are as follow. From the Municipality of Hermosa, Bataan, Mayor Ann Inton, Attorney Bernard Odron, Councilor Jelly Santos, Dr. Warren Valencia, Municipal Health Officer, Dr. Gilead Tungol, Dr. Aina Basilia, Dr. Marco Landico, Dr. Nicole Cruz, Engineer Chris Ramirez, Engineer EJ Salenga, Mr. Mark Dizon, Public Information Officer, Mr. JC Rivera, Public Information Office, and Mr. JC Viray, PNP Escort.
To the guest, Honorable Antonino Roman III of the 2nd District of Bataan and Honorable Abet Garcia of the 2nd District of Bataan. From the Municipality of Hermosa, Bataan, headed by Mayor Ann Inton, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Move to suspend.
Session is suspended. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business, I move to consider House Bill number 10312 as contained on Committee Report 523. And for this purpose, may I request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 10312.
House Bill 10312, an act mainstreaming the use of bamboo as a sustainable and climate-resilient material for the built environment.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of sponsorship and debate and that the chairperson of the Committee on Sustainable Development Goals, headed by Representative Philip Conrad Doc Bong Akop, be recognized to begin the sponsorship of the measure.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is now open, and the honorable gentleman from the City of Antipolo, Honorable Philip Conrad Doc Bong Akop, Chairperson of the Committee on Sustainable Development Goals, is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Thank you very much. Isang maulang hapon po sa ating lahat. Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, I have the honor to sponsor Committee Report 523 on House Bill number 10312, entitled An Act Mainstreaming the Use of Bamboo as a Sustainable and Climate-Resilient Material for the Built Environment. The bill seeks to promote the widespread use of bamboo as a sustainable, climate-resilient, and locally sourced construction material. It mandates the establishment of national standards for bamboo in construction, encourage its use in government and private construction projects, create livelihood opportunities in the countryside while contributing to climate change mitigation. Bamboo is a plant that is all too familiar to many of us. It is the subject of the song Bahay Kubo, a song most Filipino children learn to sing. Culturally, it is narrated as the tree from where Malakas and Maganda came from. It is even depicted as the symbol of the Filipinos' resilience, standing tall and strong, but with the ability to sway with the wind during stormy weather. It is perhaps for these reasons that we may have taken it for granted. But we now know that bamboo is more than just the swaying branches ever present in the rural areas across our nation. Bamboo possesses a significant potential in climate change mitigation. It absorbs twice as much carbon dioxide as trees, with research showing it can absorb up to as much as 12 tons of carbon dioxide per hectare per year. Compared to an equivalent tree mass, bamboo produces 35% more oxygen. And unlike trees, which die when harvested for wood and lumber, bamboo is sustainable because when harvested, it is able to regrow from its own root systems. House Bill 10312 could be a game changer in the construction industry for the built environment. With the growing popularity of engineered bamboo among professional practitioners, among these, architects, structural engineers, interior and landscape designers, environmental planners, we can expect greater demand for bamboo-based materials. We could say that which could translate readily to economic livelihood among farmers and in the countryside and spur economic growth. This very impact of bamboo in the economy is already a reality among the farmers in Bukidnon, where bamboo is abundant and utilized. Thanks to the untiring work of their representative and the immediate chair of the Committee on Sustainable Development Goals, Representative Joman Alba, farmers earn their work in producing bamboo slats, which are then manufactured into engineered bamboo, bamboo charcoal briquettes, and other novel and innovative products. We do look forward to this being replicated in other areas soon. And as a parting word, allow me to state this. If the coconut is the tree of life, we bamboo advocates say that the bamboo is the green grass of hope. For these reasons, I humbly ask your honor's support for the approval of this bill. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other member who wishes to interpret the sponsor, I move to close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of sponsorship and debate is now closed. Majority Leader.
Move to suspend, Mr. Speaker.
Session is suspended. Session is resumed.
Mr. Speaker, I move to withdraw my previous motion.
Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the author, Representative Jose Manuel Alba, for his sponsorship speech.
The Honorable Jose Manuel Alba of the First District of Bukidnon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, I have the honor to sponsor also the committee report on House Bill 10312 on an act mainstreaming the use of bamboo as sustainable and climate resilient material for the built environment. While a similar measure passed on third reading during the 19th Congress, time ran out before the Senate could act on it. Today, we have the opportunity to finish what we started and unlock a green economic revolution for the Philippines. Countries like China, India, Indonesia, Vietnam, and Japan have already recognized bamboo as the building material of the future. Across the globe, engineered bamboo is rapidly replacing traditional timber and steel, shaping modern cladding, structural beams, flooring, and interior design. In our own backyard, local professional practitioners are eager to build with bamboo. Yet, their vision is routinely paralyzed by bureaucratic delays. Securing building permits for bamboo structures takes significantly longer than for concrete or steel, simply because our country lacks official reference standards. House Bill 10312 permanently solves this bottleneck by establishing the Bamboo Architectural Code and the Bamboo Structural Code and integrating them directly into the National Building Code. The following are the key provisions of the said measure. Number one, we streamlined regulation and permitting by mandating the DPWH to establish national standards, a unified certification system, and an expedited permitting process for bamboo construction projects. Number two, With this bill, we will establish rigorous quality and safety standards by setting strict national parameters for raw materials harvesting, chemical treatment, manufacturing, and labeling of engineered bamboo. Number 3, we will also ensure academic integration by directing CHED and PRC to embed bamboo design and technology into tertiary curricula for architecture, structural engineering, interior design, and landscape engineering. Number 4, for research and development and agricultural expansion, we partners with the Department of Agriculture and state universities to scale up local bamboo propagation, research, and product innovation. And number 5, on climate resilience, we capitalize on bamboo's extraordinary capacity as a rapid carbon sink to absorb greenhouse gases and mitigate air pollution. Kindly look on screen. These are the examples of bamboo used in construction in our current setting. This one, the first slide, is a school building built in our district in the municipality of Talakag, Bukidnon. Next slide. This one is actually the bamboo cladding, engineered bamboo cladding in the soon-to-open New Tacloban Airport. Just imagine, instead of importing Norwegian pine abroad, we can now use our own, grown, processed, and installed in the Philippines, or made in the Philippines. This is the New Tacloban Airport. Next slide. This one is a project by the private sector called Project BEAM, or Bamboo for Ecological Architecture and Materials, by Arthaland. This is the first structure in the Philippines made of engineered bamboo. I mean, wherein bamboo is utilized as columns and beams. Next slide. Another good example, if you visit the Asian Development Bank headquarters in Ortigas and you check their conference centers, you will find this type of engineered bamboo cladding. So this is not made in China or abroad. My dear colleagues, this is proudly made in the Philippines from Mindanao. So as you can see from these remarkable images, world-class developments, the Tacloban Airport, the BEAM project of Arthaland, the conference centers of Asian Development Bank headquarters in Ortigas Center, bamboo is not just a rural resource. It is a structural marvel. Most importantly, every single piece of bamboo used in these flagship projects was sourced right here in the Philippines. My dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, by passing this measure, we transition bamboo from an underutilized natural resource into a core pillar of our built environment, driving sustainable manufacturing, local job creation, and of course, climate resilience. Mr. Speaker, Your Honors, I humbly seek your swift approval of House Bill number 10312. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other member who wishes to interpret the sponsor, I move to close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, the period of sponsorship and debate is now closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendments now open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee nor individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of amendments now closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to vote on second reading House Bill number 10312. Mr. Speaker.
Is There is a motion to approve on second reading House Bill number 10312. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 10312 is hereby approved on second reading. Congratulations.
Move to suspend, Mr. Speaker.
Session is suspended. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for today, I move to consider House Bill number 10365 as contained in Committee Report number 524, submitted by the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? Here's none. The Secretary General is directed. To read the title of House Bill numbers to sponsor the measure.
Majority Leader. Good afternoon. Agriculture remains one of the pillars of our nation's economy and the foundation of our food security. Yet, it is also among the sectors most exposed to the growing threats posed by climate change, natural calamities, pest infestations, plant and animal diseases, and other unforeseen risks. With every typhoon that devastates our farmlands, every drought that withers our crops, and every disease outbreak that affects our livestock and fisheries, it is our farmers and fisher folk who bear the greatest burden. When they lose their harvest, they do not merely lose a season's income. They lose their investments, their means of livelihood, and often their capacity to recover. This is precisely why the Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation was created, to provide a dependable safety net for those who feed the nation. Nearly 5 decades after its establishment, however, the challenges confronting Philippine agriculture have evolved considerably. The existing charter of PCIC must likewise evolve to enable the corporation to respond more effectively to today's realities. This substitute bill seeks to modernize and strengthen the PCIC through a series of carefully considered reforms. First, the measure grants the corporation a perpetual corporate existence, replacing the existing 50-year corporate term. At the same time, the bill ensures accountability by making the continued existence of the corporation subject to periodic performance evaluation by the Governance Commission for GOCCs, in accordance with Republic Act 10149 and other applicable laws. In this way, institutional continuity is balanced with transparency, efficiency, and good governance. Second, the bill significantly expands the scope of agricultural insurance. Beyond the traditional coverage for palay and corn, the PCIC shall be authorized to insure high-value crops, livestock, aquaculture, and fishery products, agroforestry crops, and forest plantations. The measure likewise extends protection to non-crop agricultural assets, such as farm machineries, equipment, transport facilities, and other related infrastructure. Recognizing that our greatest agricultural resource is our people, the bill also authorizes the corporation to provide life and accident term insurance for qualified farmers and fisher folk. Third, the measure embraces innovation in agricultural risk management. It authorizes the PCIC to utilize modern technologies in its operations and to offer innovative insurance products, including parametric or index-based insurance, enabling faster, more responsive, and more efficient delivery of insurance benefits in times of calamity. Fourth, the bill reforms the eligibility and premium subsidy framework. It empowers the board of directors to establish objective eligibility standards based on the vulnerability and risk exposure of farmers, fisher folk, and food producers, while ensuring that government premium subsidies are focused on subsistence farmers, cultivating not more than 3 hectares, subject to periodic review based on socioeconomic conditions. In doing so, the measure directs public resources toward those who need government assistance the most. And finally, recognizing that agricultural resilience is a shared responsibility, the substitute bill encourages greater private sector participation through public-private partnerships, joint ventures, and similar arrangements. Of course, subject to existing government policies and oversight mechanisms. These partnerships will help mobilize additional financial resources, technological innovations, and institutional expertise to expand agricultural insurance coverage throughout the country. Mr. Speaker, Majority Leader, my distinguished colleagues, this measure is not merely about extending the life of PCIC, a government corporation. It is about strengthening an institution that protects the livelihood of those who sustain our nation's food supply. It enhances the capacity of government to manage agricultural risks, supports the extension of agricultural credit, promote responsible public investment, and contribute to a more resilient and sustainable agricultural sector. At a time when climate-related disasters have become more frequent and severe, strengthening our agricultural insurance system is no longer simply desirable. It has become a national imperative. For these reasons, the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization respectfully seeks the approval of the substitute measure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the lady from the 1st District of Laguna, the Honorable Ann Matibag, Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization, for her sponsorship speech.
The gentle lady from the 1st District of Laguna, Ann Matibag, Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization, is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we affirm a principle that no farmer or fisher folk should ever face uncertainty alone. So let me offer a few additional observations in support of this measure. The true measure of a nation's commitment to its farmers and fisher folk is not how it responds after disaster has already struck, but how well it prepares them to withstand adversity before it happens. Every planting season is an act of hope. Yet, for millions of Filipino farmers and fisher folk, it is also an act of uncertainty. A single typhoon, a prolonged drought, an outbreak of pest or disease, or the changing patterns brought about by climate change can erase months of hard work in a matter of hours. These are risks beyond the control of those who till our lands and harvest our seas. In such circumstances, government has an undeniable responsibility not merely to provide relief after losses have been sustained, but to build institutions that allow our producers to recover quickly, continue producing, and remain economically secure. This is precisely the role that the Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation has fulfilled for decades. Yet, the challenges confronting Philippine agriculture today are far different from those that existed when the corporation was established. The institutions that protect our people must evolve together with the realities they are called upon to address. This measure embodies that principle. It is not simply a proposal to amend the corporate chapter. It is a legislative commitment to strengthen one of government's most important instruments for agriculture resilience. It seeks to ensure that public institutions remain responsive, accountable, and capable of protecting those who produce the food that nourishes every Filipino household. Agricultural insurance is often viewed merely as financial protection. In truth, it is much more than that. It preserves livelihood, it sustains rural economies, it strengthens confidence among farmers to continue planting despite uncertainty. It encourages investment in agriculture and support the broader goal of ensuring a stable and secure food supply for our nation. Sa pinakahuli, ang panukalang ito ay hindi lamang tungkol sa isang institusyon. Ito ay tungkol sa mga taong ating pinaglilingkuran. Ito ay pagkilala na ang ating mga magsasaka at mangingisdang araw-araw na nagsisikap upang matiyak na may pagkain sa hapag na bawat pamilyang Pilipino ay karapat-dapat ding maprotektahan ng isang pamahalaang may matatag, maaasahan at makataong mga institusyon. Kung sila ang nagbibigay ng katiyakan sa ating pagkain, nararapat lamang na tayo naman ang magbigay ng katiyakan sa kanilang magandang kinabukasan. As we confront the increasing uncertainties of climate change and the growing demands of food security, we must equip our institutions with the tools necessary to meet these challenges. This substitute bill does exactly that. For these reasons, I respectfully seek the support of this august chamber for the immediate approval of this measure. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker, at atin ang magandang bukas.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Honorable Sarah Ilago from Garbella Party List to interpolate the sponsor.
The Honorable Ilago is now recognized.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Unang-una nais ko hong malaman mula sa ating distinguished sponsor ang pinakahuling bilang ng ating mga insured farmers and fisher folk sa buong bansa.
Mr. Speaker, the number of farmers insured under PCIC is actually 4.7 for 2026 and 4.4 for 2025. For 2025, for 2026, the target is 4.7.
Alright, Mr. Speaker, ito ho ay nasa kalahati pa lang nung mga kabuang bilang natin ng mga registered farmers and fisher folk. At nakita rin natin na simula nung nakaraang taon, ang laki ng itinaas ng pondo ng PCIC. Asa ngayon po ba, ano na yung percentage ng utilization natin ng ating pondo? Natanong natin ito, Ginoong Speaker, dahil simula pa nung nakaraang taon hanggang sa kasalukuyan, marami pa ring mga magsasaka at mga mangingisda ang hindi pa nakakabangon at patuloy na hindi lang naghahanap, no, pero aktibo na nagsusumikap na makakuha ng iba't ibang suporta mula sa ating mga relevant government agencies para muling makabangon at makabawi doon sa kanilang mga produkto o yung mga nawala sa kanila dahil sa kalamidad, sa pagbaha, at sa iba pang mga hindi inaasahan na mga pangyayari.
Mr. Speaker, historically, si PCIC po ay 100% utilization sa kanila pong budget. For this year to date, 36.35% ang utilization rate. But they expect that by the end of the year, it will still be 100%. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, for 2025 at ngayong 2026, may bilang na ba tayo ng mga nag-a-apply para sa insurance claim? At pwede rin ba nating malaman kung ano yung percentage ng naaaprubahan ng PCIC sa mga insurance claims na ito?
For year to date, Mr. Speaker, we have a 1.6 enrollees or enrolled in the PCIC, with PCIC.
Mr. Speaker, ito ho yung mga nag-apply ng insurance claims at
Enrolled.
enrolled. Okay. Yung bilang naman ho ng mga nag-apply mula dun sa mga sunod-sunod na bagyo mula pa nakaraang taon hanggang ngayong taon, nakita natin kung ganong mas maaga din dumating yung mga malalakas na bagyo. Hindi lang yan, marami ding mga nakaranas ng pagbaha sa iba't ibang mga lugar. Ayan, kaya nandyan din yung mga affected, halimbawa sa Negros, yung infestation ng RSSI sa ating mga sugarcane farmers.
Mr. Speaker, lahat naman po na nag-a-apply for insurance coverage ay tinatanggap. We would like to clarify, maybe the good representative from Cabrera would like to inquire on the claims. Okay. So for application, it's always for as long as they are able to apply based on existing guidelines, they are admitted. For the claims, so for claims, Mr. Speaker, a total of 203,495 year to date.
Mr. Speaker, ito hong 203,000 natin yung mga naaprubahan o yung mga nag-apply pa lang?
The 203,000 is actually yung nabayaran, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, manghihingi po ang representasyon na ito ng detalye ng ating ulat para sa 2025 at 2026. Sa kasalukuyan kasi, Mr. Speaker, marami din tayong mga panukala dito na nananawagan ng calamity compensation para dun sa mga magsasaka at mga mangingisda sa dahilan na hindi naman nako-cover lahat yung kabuuan na cost ng kanilang nagastos sa kanilang mga pananim o sa kanilang mga produkto. Ayan, kaya po napakahalaga na matiyak natin na hindi lang mabilis pero mas malaki at mas malawak din yung nasasagot ng ating PCIC. Kaya po napakahalaga ng panukala na ito dahil mas pinapalawak niya rin yung coverage. At sinabi ho sa ating amendment, meron na tayong maisasama na pwede nang mag-claim ng mga losses na nagmumula sa mga fortuitous events. Maari po ba magbigay ng halimbawa, Mr. Speaker, ang ating ginoong sponsor, ng maaari nating maisama at makonsider dito sa mga fortuitous events ayon sa ating mga amendments?
Mr. Speaker, one of the interesting feature of this particular bill or measure that amends the charter of PCIC is the inclusion of parametric insurance. With parametric insurance, it is no longer required that there's an actual damage to your farm. Ang kailangan lang po ma-establish yung mga parameters, no? Like wind speed, amount of rainfall, and yun po ay automatic ng babayaran ni PCIC. No, so yun po yung isang feature nitong bill na ito. And to add further to the question a while ago, isa po siguro ng malaking kakulangan na masasabi natin kung bakit marami pa rin tayong mga kababayan na hindi nako-cover. Siguro po ito ay kakulangan sa impormasyon. No, so kinakailangan siguro nating i-remind, paalalahanan ang PCIC na mas maging aktibo sa pagpapaabot ng impormasyon sa ating mga kababayan. Kasi alam naman po natin na kung hindi ka nakarehistro at natamaan ka ng kalamidad, hindi ka basta-basta makaka-claim, no, from the insurance corporation. So it's very important, napakahalaga po na ang ating mga kababayan, mga magsasaka, mangingisda, at yung iba pang kasama na ngayon sa amended charter ng PCIC, napakahalaga po na dapat sila ay number one, marehistro makover, makaregister sa PCIC?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, bukod dun sa mas pinadali na registration para lalong-lalo na ho yung ating mga maliliit na mga mangingisda at mga magsasaka ay makapag-register, ay maaari na rin at panahon na rin na marepaso at ma-review yung proseso ng filing at application mismo ng insurance claims. Sa bahagi ho ng representasyon na ito, may mga nag-uulat ho sa atin na halimbawa, hindi po ganun kadali na mag-file agad ng notice of loss, no, doon sa required period of time dahil nga grabe yung naranasan nila mula halimbawa sa pagkasira ng hindi lang po ng mga pananim, kunwari pagkasira din po ng kanilang sariling mga tahanan, kaya may mga ganun pong challenges, no, pagdating sa timely na filing ng notice of loss para sa application ng insurance claims. Bukod dyan, Ginoong Speaker, nais din sana natin na matiyak na malapit dun sa actual cost incurred at yung total value ng kanilang o yung total projected value ng kanilang harvest o ng kanilang huli, malapit po yung makover ng ating insurance claims. Ngayon, Mr. Speaker, dito sa high value crops, kasama po ba dito ang sugar cane farmers and planters natin?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Our sugarcane farmers are included in the high value crops.
Sa katunayan, Ginoong Speaker, nakita rin ng representasyon na ito na sa kasalukuyan naman, bago pa itong mga proposed amendments na ito, ginagawa na ng DCIC na matiyak na nakocover yung ating mga sugar farmers and planters. Kung meron ho kayong pinakahuling ulat, maaari na lang masumite sa ating kongreso, sa ating committee, para makita rin ho natin kung gaano ba ka-effective at expansive din yung naaabot natin ng mga nangangailangan, lalong-lalo na sa panahon ngayon. Ngayon naman, yes.
Ako po ay lubos na sumasang-ayon sa inyo sa suhestyon, Mr. Speaker. Atin pong hihingan ng ulat o report ang PCIC doon po sa coverage na may kinalaman, or not only including not only the sugarcane farmers but sa kanilang performance, no, sa insurance coverage. Actually, ako po ay sumasang-ayon sa kinatawan ng Gabriela dahil sa may mga panahon na ako ho ay nasa banking sector, isa din yan sa naging problema namin, yung mabilis na pag-claim sa pag-claim, no? Pagproseso ng mga claims. Pero sa ngayon po, sa aking napag-alaman, ay mabilis na po ang pagproseso ng mga claims, no? Over the years, nag-improve. Malaki ho ang ipinagbago at pinag-improve ng pagpoproseso ng mga claims ng PCIC.
Mr. Speaker, dito ba sa ating mga tinuturing na mga fortuitous events, can, for instance, the oil price shock caused by the US-Iran war be considered as a fortuitous event? Having seen the impact of this on the situation of farmers and fisher folks being unable to crop or fish because of the high prices of oil, particularly diesel.
Mr. Speaker, ako po ay lubos na nakakaunawa, no, sa sitwasyon ng ating mga magsasaka. Ang oil price shock because of the war in the Middle East, unfortunately, hindi po siya saklaw sa coverage nitong ating ng PCIC. Kasi kung atin pong titingnan, malaki ang epekto sa hanapbuhay ng mga magsasaka at mangingisda dahil sa taas ng presyo ng langis. Pero ito po ay walang eksaktong damage to crops na yun po ang kino-contemplate ng ng insurance coverage. Maganda pong panukala yan na pwede nating pag-aralan kung paano pa natin mabibigyan ng cushion, no, ang ating mga kababayan na number one na tinatamaan ng pagtaas ng presyo ng langis at napakalaki ang negatibong epekto sa kanilang hanapbuhay.
Halimbawa naman, Ginoong Speaker, ang banta ng Super El Nino. Ito po ay makakapasok, hindi po ba, sa mga covered na maaari pong mag-claim kung may losses man sila ang ating pong mga magsasaka at mangingisda.
Mr. Speaker, sa atin pong kinatawan sa Gabriela Party List, ang drought po is a slow onset calamity. And ito po ay saklaw ng PCIC.
Ngayon naman, Ginoong Speaker, sa ilalim po ng PD number 1467, meron ng kapangyarihan na mag-generate ng kanilang internal funds ang PCIC through floating bonds, expansion to other insurance lines, and extending coverage to other areas of agriculture. Sa ngayon po ba, nagagamit niyo po ba ito ng lubos, ang kapangyarihan na ito? At ano yung mga challenges pagdating ho sa pag-generate ng mga internal funds na pwede nyo pang gamitin para sa pagtulong sa ating mga magsasaka at mangingisda?
Mr. Speaker, sa kasalukuyan, ito po ay existing para po sa mga paying clients ng PCIC.
Right.
So ito po ay isa sa revenue generating activity ng korporasyon.
Kung ito ay revenue generating, Mr. Speaker, saan nyo ho ginagamit ngayon yung revenues ninyo?
So, just like any other revenue generating GOCCs, ito po ay ang kita ay nire-remit po sa National Treasury.
Mr. Speaker, dahil magsisimula na rin yung budget deliberations natin, hihingin po natin yung ulat ng PCIC tungkol dito para makita pa kung ano yung mga maaari ding direktang pagkunan ng suporta sa ating mga magsasaka at mangingisda. Malinaw din na sinabi na hindi covered ng PCIC yung halimbawa fuel subsidies or yung losses caused by high prices of oil due to the war, US-Iran war. Kaya ho, mas kailangan na pag-usapan natin at bigyan prioridad yung mga panukala dito na may kinalaman sa agricultural production subsidy. Nasa 50,000 yan kada cropping season sa mga magsasaka at nasa 30,000 naman kada mangingisda. Yan ho ay hindi pa gumugulong dito sa Kongreso. No, kaya mangangailangan talaga na meron pa ring dagdag na production subsidy para sa ating lokal na agricultural workers and farmers. Ngayon naman, Mr. Speaker, panghuli ko na po na nakatanungan sa inyong mga proposed amendments. Kasama na dito expressly yung pagpasok halimbawa sa mga public-private partnerships, sa mga joint venture agreements, at iba't ibang mga arrangements with agricultural cooperatives, farmers association, at iba't ibang private sector participants sa agricultural insurance market. At sinabi nyo rin dito na titiyakin naman na may compliance sa ating kasalukuyang mga batas, mga regulasyon, mga palisiya na may kinalaman sa pagtitiyak na pag pumasok tayo sa ganitong tipo ng mga agreements, mauuna yung interest ng publiko at hindi pagkakakitaan lamang o yung ganitong tipo ng mga papasukin ng mga ventures. Pwede ho ba tayong makahingi ng assurance din wala sa ating distinguished sponsors sa PCIC na yung mga mekanismo for consultation, kasi nandiyan na yan sa PPP Code, halimbawa, ay tunay na maririnig yung boses ng mga magsasaka, ng mga mangingisda, lalong-lalo na yung ating mga small farmers at saka yung mga subsistence fisher folk. Napakahalaga ho na yung boses nila ay madinig natin sa pagpasok sa ganitong tipo ng mga proyekto.
Mr. Speaker, number one, sa suhestyon ng regular na pag-report sa mga pinapasok na partnerships ng PCIC, atin pong sisiguraduhin na ang korporasyon ay magpapaabot ng report sa Kongreso sa mga partnerships, joint ventures na kanila pong pinapasok. At ito po ay sisiguraduhin natin na nanaayon sa mga umiiral na batas sa ating sa kasalukuyan. Pangalawa, Mr. Speaker, sa atong ginang representante ng Gabriela, atin pong sisiguruhin na si PCIC ay sa mga programa na kanila pong ipinapatupad para sa interes ng ating mga kababayan na meron pong mga konsultasyon at pagpapalawak ng impormasyon para ang tinatarget na mga kababayan nating magsasaka at mga mangingisda ay bahagi ng mga programa ng PCIC.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor. Handa ba na maupo sa isang konsultasyon ngayong Agosto ang PCIC para marinig ho natin yung mga concerns ng ating mga kababayan? Hindi lang ho sa banta ng Super El Nino, alam natin gaano po yan makakaapekto sa kanila, hindi lang sa sobrang init, pero yung mas malalakas din na bagyo, yung iba't ibang extreme weather events na inaasahan natin na makakaapekto sa lokal na agrikultura. Nananawagan ho tayo, sana ngayong August magkaroon ng konsultasyon doon sa mga lumapit din sa representasyon na ito ng mga farmers associations para matiyak na yung kanilang mga concerns ay mabilis na nabibigyan ng aksyon. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Distinguished sponsor, may we get the commitment of the PCIC to heed
Mr.
this
Speaker,
call?
sa atin pong kinatawan sa Gabriela Party List, atin pong sisiguraduhin na ngayong Agosto, sa pinakaagarang panahon ay magaganap ang isang konsultasyon kasama ang PCIC at ang mga miyembro ng House of Representatives. Maraming pong salamat.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other member who wishes to interpolate the sponsor, I move to close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of amendments.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion approved. Majority Leader.
Speaker, there being no committee nor individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
Any objection? Again, hearing none, motion approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to vote on second reading House Bill number 10365.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 10312 hereby approved. House Bill number 10365 is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Move to suspend, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended. Session will now resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration of House Resolution number 633 under Committee Report number 447, and for this purpose, direct the Secretary General to read the title of the resolution.
The Secretary General is so directed.
House Resolution 633. Resolution respectfully urging the President of the Republic of the Philippines to proclaim the Bicol Ecozone in Barangay Pantao, Libon, Albay as a public special economic zone pursuant to Republic Act number 7916 as amended, otherwise known as the Special Economic Zone Act of 1995.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of House Resolution number 633.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration of House Resolution number 1184 under Committee Report number 487, and for this purpose, direct the Secretary General to read the title of the resolution.
Secretary General is so directed.
House Resolution 1184, resolution congratulating the awardees of the 2025 Gawad Pitak Awards of the Land Bank of the Philippines for their outstanding achievements in the development of their respective cooperatives and in the upliftment of its members and communities.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of House Resolution number 1184.
So motion for the adoption of House Bill number 63. Any objection? House Resolution number 1184. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution number 1184 is now approved. Adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration of House Resolution number 1185 under Committee Report number 488, and for this purpose, direct the Secretary General to read the title of the resolution.
The Secretary General is so directed.
House Resolution 1185, resolution congratulating the awardees of the 2025 Gawad Parangal Awards of the Cooperative Development Authority for their outstanding achievements in the development of their respective cooperatives and in the upliftment of its members and communities.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of House Resolution number 1185.
There's a motion for the adoption of House Resolution number 1185. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution number 1185 is now adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration of House Resolution number 1205 under Committee Report number 492, and for this purpose, direct the Secretary General to read the title of the resolution.
The Secretary General is so directed.
House Resolution 1205, resolution commemorating the 150th birth anniversary of Gregoria de Jesus, honoring her life and legacy as heroine of the Philippine Revolution and symbol of the Filipino women's strength and resilience, and recognizing as well the Filipino women's invaluable contributions to the nation's history.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of House Resolution number 1205.
There's a motion for the adoption of House Resolution number 1205. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say nay. House Resolution number 1205 is now adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration of House Resolution number 1213 under Committee Report number 498, and for this purpose, direct the Secretary General to read the title of the resolution.
The Secretary General is so directed.
House Resolution 1213, resolution urging the Department of Economy, Planning and Development, Department of Public Works and Highways, and Department of Environment and Natural Resources to integrate nature-based solutions in the conceptualization and planning of the National Infrastructure Program, particularly flood control projects, in support of the country's commitment to the 17 Sustainable Development Goals.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of House Resolution number 1213.
There's a motion for the adoption of House Resolution number 1213. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say nay. House Resolution number 1213 is now adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for consideration of House Resolution number 1214 under Committee Report number 514, and for this purpose, direct the Secretary General to read the title of the resolution.
The Secretary General is so directed.
House Resolution 1214, resolution urging the Department of the Interior and local government to mandate all local government units to integrate nature-based solutions in the conceptualization and planning of the infrastructure program, particularly flood control projects, in support of the country's commitment to the 17 Sustainable Development Goals.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of House Resolution number 1214.
There's a motion for the adoption of House Resolution number 1214. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say nay. House Resolution number 1214 is now adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration of House Resolution number 444 under Committee Report number 526, and for this purpose, direct the Secretary General to read the title of the resolution.
The Secretary General is so directed.
House Resolution 444, a resolution congratulating and commending the Filipino winners of the 2025 International Exhibition for Young Inventors held in Osaka, Japan.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of House Resolution number 444.
There's a motion for the adoption of House Resolution number 444. All those in favor say aye. All those against say nay. House Resolution number 444 is now adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration of House Resolution number 497 contained in Committee Report number 527, and for this purpose, direct the Secretary General to read the title of the resolution.
Secretary General is so directed.
House Resolution 497, resolution recognizing Pagtanaw 2050, the Philippine Science, Technology, and Innovation Foresight and Strategic Plan, as the country's core plan for science-based national development.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of House Resolution number 497.
There's a motion for the adoption of House Resolution number 497. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say nay. House Resolution number 497 is now adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration of House Resolution number 439 under Committee Report number 528, and for this purpose, direct the Secretary General to read the title of the resolution.
Secretary General is so directed.
House Resolution 439, resolution congratulating and commending the Philippine national winner and runners-up of the 2025 James Dyson Award for their innovative contributions to sustainability and engineering.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of House Resolution number 439.
There's a motion for the adoption of House Resolution number 439. All those in favor say aye. All those against say nay. House Resolution number 439 is now adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider the bills. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to our rules, I move for the omnibus consideration of the following local bills. House Bill number 3767 under Committee Report number 118, House Bill 9729 under Committee Report 446, House Bill 9797 under Committee Report 448, House Bill 6191 under Committee Report 449, House Bill 9798 under Committee Report 450, House Bill 8320 under Committee Report 451, House Bill 9864 under Committee Report 455, House Bill number 9865 under Committee Report 456, House Bill 9866 under Committee Report 457, House Bill 9886 under Committee Report 458, House Bill 9900 under Committee Report 459, House Bill 9901 under Committee Report 460, House Bill 9931 under Committee Report 468, House Bill 10018 under Committee Report 475, House Bill 10019 under Committee Report 476, House Bill 10020 under Committee Report 477. House Bill 10021 under Committee Report 478. House Bill 10022 under Committee Report 479. House Bill 10023 under Committee Report 480. House Bill 10025 under Committee Report 482. House Bill 10027 under Committee Report 483. House Bill 2010 under Committee Report 484. House Bill 10173 under Committee Report 499. House Bill 10174 under Committee Report 500. House Bill 10175 under Committee Report 501. House Bill 10024 under Committee Report 481. House Bill 10176 under Committee Report 502. House Bill 10177 under Committee Report 503. House Bill 10178 under Committee Report 504. House Bill 10179 under Committee Report 505. House Bill 10180 under Committee Report 506. House Bill 10181 under Committee Report 507. House Bill 10182 under Committee Report 508. House Bill 10183 under Committee Report 509. House Bill 10184 under Committee Report 510. House Bill 10185 under Committee Report 511. House Bill 10186 under Committee Report 512. House Bill 10187 under Committee Report 513. House Bill 10298 under Committee Report 522. House Bill 10432 under Committee Report 529. House Bill 10433 under Committee Report 530. House Bill 10434 under Committee Report 531. House Bill 10435 under Committee Report 532. House Bill 10436 under Committee Report 533. House Bill 10437 under Committee Report 534. House Bill 10438 under Committee Report 535. House Bill 10439 under Committee Report 536. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bills.
Secretary General, so directed.
House Bill number 3767, an act merging and renaming certain barangays in the city of Bacoor, province of Cavite, amending for the purpose Section 10B of Republic Act number 10160 or the Charter of the City of Bacoor as amended. House Bill number 9729, an act establishing in the city of Antipolo, province of Rizal, a tertiary hospital to be known as the Antipolo Rizal Tertiary Hospital and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 9797, an act establishing a regular campus of the University of Southern Mindanao in the municipality of Pagkawayan, province of Cotabato, to be known as the University of Southern Mindanao Pagkawayan Campus and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 6191, an act establishing a district office of the Land Transportation Office in the municipality of Kawayan, province of Negros Occidental, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 9798, an act establishing an extension office of the Maritime Industry Authority in the municipality of Virac, province of Catanduanes, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 8320, an act creating an extension office of the Maritime Industry Authority in the municipality of Liloy, Zamboanga del Norte, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 9864, an act establishing irregular campuses of the University of Science and Technology of Southern Philippines in the municipalities of Talakag and Sumilao, Province of Bukidnon, and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill number 9865, an act establishing a regular campus of the University of Science and Technology of Southern Philippines in Barangay Lumbia, City of Cagayan de Oro, to be known as the University of Science and Technology of Southern Philippines Lumbia Campus, and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill number 9866, an act establishing a regular campus of the Benguet State University in the municipality of Kapangan, province of Benguet, to be known as the Benguet State University Kapangan Campus, and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill number 9886, an act converting the extension campuses of the Cavite State University in the cities of Cavite and Bacoor and in the municipalities of Carmona and Silang, province of Cavite, into regular campuses and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill number 9900, an act establishing a regular campus of the Dr. Emilio B. Espinosa Sr. Memorial State College of Agriculture and Technology in the municipality of Placer, province of Masbate, to be known as the Dr. Emilio B. Espinosa Sr. Memorial State College of Agriculture and Technology, Placer Campus, and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill 9901, an act establishing a regular campus of the Visayas State University in the municipality of Ilongos, province of Leyte, to be known as the Visayas State University Ilongos Campus, and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill number 9931, an act establishing regular campuses of the Northeastern Mindanao State University in the city of Bislig and in the municipality of Hinatuan, province of Surigao del Sur, and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill number 10018, an act declaring the June 25 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Malitbog, province of Bukidnon, in commemoration of its Municipal Charter Day anniversary. House Bill number 10019, an act declaring February 14 of every year a special non-working holiday in the province of Apayao in commemoration of its founding day, to be known as Apayao Day. House Bill number 10020, an act declaring February 1 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Daraga, province of Albay, to be known as the Cagsawa Festival, in commemoration of the 1814 catastrophic eruption of Mayon volcano and in recognition of the Cagsawa church ruins as a national cultural treasure, symbolizing the resilience, faith, and distinct identity of the Albayanons. House Bill number 10021, an act declaring October 4 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Libona, province of Bukidnon, in commemoration of its Municipal Charter Day anniversary. House Bill number 10022, an act declaring September 5 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Basista, province of Pangasinan, to be known as Basista Day, in commemoration of its founding anniversary. House Bill number 10023, an act declaring July 25 of every year special non-working holiday in the municipality of Sogod, province of Cebu, in celebration of its annual town fiesta. House Bill number 10024, an act declaring May 13 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Tua, province of Cagayan, in commemoration of its founding anniversary. House Bill number 10025, an act declaring December 28 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Igig, province of Cagayan, in commemoration of its founding anniversary. House Bill number 10027, an act declaring February 18 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Nagilian, province of La Union, in commemoration of its founding anniversary and Basi Festival. House Bill number 2010, an act declaring May 8 of every year as a special non-working holiday in the city of San Pedro, province of Laguna, to be known as Sampaguita Day. House Bill number 10037, an act creating a district engineering office in the 5th Legislative District of the province of Batangas and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill number 10173, an act declaring the second weekend of February of every year a special holiday in the municipality of Naik, province of Cavite, in celebration of the Naik Pawikan Festival. House Bill number 10174, an act declaring February 10 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Tagkawayan, province of Quezon, in celebration of the Kawai Festival. House Bill number 10175, an act declaring the first Thursday of February of every year, unless it falls on February 2, a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Santa Maria, province of Bulacan, in commemoration of the return of the image of the Blessed Virgin Mary. House Bill number 10176, an act declaring January 8 of every year a non-special working holiday in the municipality of Pavia, province of Iloilo, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 12105. House Bill number 10177, an act declaring every fourth Friday of October a special non-working holiday for the province of Negros Oriental in celebration of the Buglasan Festival. House Bill number 10178, an act declaring May 15 of every year special non-working holiday in the municipality of San Fernando, province of Cebu, to be known as Sikoy Sikoy Festival. House Bill number 10179, an act declaring May 13 of every year special non-working holiday in the province of Benguet in celebration of the Kankanay Festival. House Bill number 10180, an act declaring October 15 of every year a special non-working holiday in the city of Talisay, province of Cebu, to be known as Halad Inasal Festival. House Bill number 10181, an act declaring October 17 of every year a special non-working holiday in the province of Sorsogon in commemoration of its founding anniversary. House Bill number 10182, an act declaring June 13 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of San Miguel, province of Surigao del Sur, to be known as the Humayanan Festival. House Bill number 10183, an act declaring February 27 of every year a special non-working holiday in the city of General Santos, to be known as the Foundation Day of the City of General Santos. House Bill number 10184, an act declaring January 24 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Labason, province of Zamboanga del Norte, to be known as the Araw ng Labason, in commemoration of its founding anniversary. House Bill number 10185, an act declaring July 27 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Nabua, province of Camarines Sur, in commemoration of its founding anniversary, to be known as Nabua Day. House Bill number 10186, an act declaring April 20 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Burgos, province of Pangasinan, to commemorate its founding anniversary. House Bill number 10187, an act declaring May 8 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Maragondon, province of Cavite, to commemorate the heroism of Liberators Guerrilla Group, to be known as Liberators Guerrilla Day. House Bill number 10298, an act creating an extension office of the Maritime Industry Authority located in the municipality of Siquijor, province of Siquijor, and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill number 10432, an act establishing a technical education and skills development authority, provincial training and assessment center in the municipality of Bacara, province of Ilocos Norte, to be known as the Bacara Ilocos Norte Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, provincial training and assessment center, and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill number 10433, an act establishing a technical education and skills development authority, provincial training and assessment center in the municipality of Balete, province of Aklan, to be known as the Balete Aklan Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Provincial Training and Assessment Center, and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill number 10434, an act establishing a technical education and skills development authority, provincial training and assessment center in the municipality of Cabagan, province of Isabela, to be known as the Cabagan Isabela Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, provincial training and assessment center, and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill number 10435, an act establishing a technical education and skills development authority, provincial training and assessment center in the municipality of Binalbagan, province of Negros Occidental, to be known as the Binalbagan Negros Occidental Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, provincial training and assessment center, and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill number 10436, an act establishing a technical education and skills development authority, provincial training and assessment center in the municipality of Daet, province of Camarines Norte, to be known as the Daet Camarines Norte Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, provincial training and assessment center, and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill number 10437, an act establishing a technical education and skills development authority, provincial training and assessment center in the municipality of Hinungangan, province of Southern Leyte, to be known as the Hinunangan Southern Leyte Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Provincial Training and Assessment Center, and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill number 10438, an act establishing a technical education and skills development authority, provincial training and assessment center in the municipality of Paracelis Mountain Province, to be known as the Paracelis Mountain Province Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, provincial training and assessment center, and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill number 10439, an act establishing a technical education and skills development authority, training and assessment center in the 6th District of Quezon City, Metro Manila, to be known as the 6th District Quezon City Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, Training and Assessment Center, and appropriating funds therefor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 7613, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill. Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session.
Session suspended. Tama ako. Session will now resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw my motion and instead move to open the period of sponsorship and debate, and that the respective explanatory notes be considered as the sponsorship of the said measures.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion approved.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate on the said measures, I move to close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of amendments and approve the committee amendments, if any, as contained in the respective committee reports of the aforementioned bills.
Is there any objection? Again, hearing none, motion approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
Again, any objection? Hearing none, motion approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to vote on second reading the following House bills. House Bill number 3767, House Bill 9729, House Bill 9797, House Bill 6191, House Bill 9798, House Bill 8320, House Bill 9864, House Bill 9865, House Bill 9866, House Bill 9886, House Bill 9900, House Bill 9901, House Bill 9931, House Bill 10018, House Bill 10019, House Bill 10020, House Bill 10021, House Bill 10022, House Bill 10023, House Bill 10024, House Bill 10025, House Bill 10027, House Bill 2010, House Bill 10037, House Bill 10173, House Bill 10174, House Bill 10175, House Bill 10176, House Bill 10177, House Bill 10178, House Bill 10179, House Bill 10180, House Bill 10181, House Bill House Bill 10182, House Bill 10183, House Bill 10184, House Bill 10185, House Bill 10186, House Bill 10187, House Bill 10298, House Bill 10432, House Bill 10433, House Bill 10434, House Bill 10435, House Bill 10436, House Bill 10437, House Bill 10438, House Bill 10439.
There's a motion for the approval of the aforementioned House Bill on second reading. Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 7613, and for this purpose may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Secretary General so directed.
House Bill number 7613, an act declaring the fourth Thursday of November of every year as National Thanksgiving Day. Roll call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 7613. Abalos, Abante, Asidre, Acop, Acosta, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Agyao, Alano, Alba, Albano, Almario Chino Miguel, Almario Dennis, Almonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Angeles Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison Munir Jr., Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Aumentado, Ayon, Bagao, Balindong, Baños Nograles, Bangcoro, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Bascug, Bautista Claudia, Bautista Johan Munich, Bautista Lim, Beltran, Benitez Alfredo, Benitez Javier Miguel, Bernos Ching, Bernos JB, Beron, Bocobo, Bolilia, Bondo, Riones, Bulit Begdang, Cagas Calderon, Calixto Cawagdan, Cari, Castro, Catulpas, Caiton, Celeste Sandanya, Seniza, Chan, France, Norbert, Joselito, Almario, Chan Junard, Chua Chua Tai Chung Alao, Coco Pilar, Coanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Coanco Mark, Coliantes Corvera Cruz, Agatha Cruz, Ricardo Cruzado, Cuad de Gook, Dalag de Hirang Daza de Jesus de Lima de Venecia Defensor, de Gama del Mar de los Santos Simacua de Maguila de Mapora, Imelda de Mapora City, Amina Diokno, Benicio Domingo de Mogan, Duterte Harold James, Duterte Omar Vincent, Duterte Paulo, Di Faustino, Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Elago Emano, Enverga Eriza Escudero Espares, Espina Estrella, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Jeffrey, Flores Fortes Frasco, Fresna Di Fontebella, Galang Galeos, Garbin, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Karen Hope, Garcia Maria Angela, Gordiola Green, Gatchalian, Gato, Glepa, Gomez, Gonzalez Alexandria, Gonzalez Eliza Micaela, Gonzalez Christopher Sheen, Gonzalez Roy, Goriseta, Guico Ginto Gulias, Gutierrez, Hernandez Cheriz, Ann Hernandez Tenes, Hernandez Ferdinand, Hernandez Ramil, Hofer Hasim, Horibata Ismula, Iway Javier, Ko Antonio, Ko Elisa, Ko Wilton, Kong Hun, Ko Labad Lacson, Lagbas, Lagdameo Jose Manuel, Lagdameo Monique, Yasmin Maria, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sunny, Lara Lazatin, Ledesma, Legashon, Legarda, Legazpi, Levista, Libanan, Lopez, Gloria, Loyola, Luisro Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Makasait, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangudadatu, Maniquis, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Marquez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Revilla, Miraflores, Momo, Montes, Nava, Nizal, Nisay, Nalasco, Omanal, Henry, Omanal, Sancho, Fernando, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Oreta, Ortega, Juano Dizon, Padiernas, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Perez, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Pope, Permisos Agabas, Pumarin, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Remulia, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Monjolo, Ridon, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Chilogio, Rodriguez, Maximo, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romualdez, Andrew Julian, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Yada Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sagarberia, Sacaluran, Salcera, Sally, Salvacion, Salvatore, Salvame, San Fernando, Santos, Maria, Alana, Samantha, Santos, Mark Anthony, Shimura, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mian, Solon, Soriano, Suwan, Swansing, Bella Vanessa, Swansing, Michaela, Angela Suarez, Suntay, Toledo, Tan Iman, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Niels, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Chai, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Tereng, Teves, Tianco, Tieng, Tino, Tolentino, Tuan, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Fundal, Tupas, Tutorti, Umali, Unga, Boy de Carlo, Uy, Roberto, Valeriano, Vargas, Alfonso, Veloso, Tuazon, Vergara, Villa, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Villaferte, Vincenzo, Renato, Luigi, Villanueva, Villarica, Vilago, Yamsuan, Yap, Arthur, Yap, Christopherson, Yap, Eric, Yap, John Chisnell, Yatco, Inares, Yu, Giselle, Victoria, Yu, Joseph Kim, Yulo, Zamora, Maria Carmen, Zamora, Isabel, Maria Zubiri. Second call in consideration of House Bill number 7613. Abalos, Abante, Almario, Chino, Miguel, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Arbison, Munir, Arenas, Aumentado, Baños Nograles, Bautista Claudia, Benitez Alfredo, Biron, Bondo, Cari, Chan, Franz, Alberto, Cerito, Chua, Coliantes, Cua, Hirang de Lima, de Venecia Defensor, de Gama del Mar, Domingo, Duterte, Umar Vincent, D. Ian Paul, Emano, Flores, Frasco, Garcia, Maria Angela, Garin, Go, Gomez, Gonzalez, Christopher Sheen, Fernandez, Dennis, Hofer Hasim, Haribata, Lazitin, Ledesma, Legarda, Leviste, Lopez, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Makasait, Mangudadato, Marcoleta, Mastura, Mendoza, Mercado, Revilla, Miraflores, Momo, Omanal, Henry, Omanal, Sancho, Fernando, Ongchuan, Oreta, Wano, Dizon, Padiernos, Perotes, Pascual, Primicias, Agabas, Puno, Revilla, Monjolo, Ridon, Rodriguez, Maximo, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Salceda, Sally, Salvacion, Salvame, San Fernando, Shimura, Singson, Richelle, Singson, Ronald, Solon, Suwan, Swansing, Michelangelo, Suarez, Standinos, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, and Watco, Teves, Tiang, Tolentino, Tuan, Tutor, Ungab, Uy, Roberto, Vargas, Alfonso, Villa, Villago, Yap, John, Chisnell, Yatco, Inares, Zamora, Isabel Maria Zubiri.
with 206 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions. House Bill number 7613 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 9584 and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting. So moved.
Is there any objection? Here's none. Motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 9584 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 9584, an act providing for the revised Cooperative Code of the Philippines. Roll call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 9584. Abalos, Sabante, Asidre, Acop, Acosta, Adyong, Advincula, Agarao, Aguiao, Alano, Alba, Albano, Almario Chino Miguel, Almario Dennis, Almonte, Alberto Ser, Alvers Mercedes, Amante Amatong, Angara, Angeles Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbisen Munir Jr., Arena, Saragancha, Sisio, Atayde, Aumentado, Ayon, Bagao, Palindong, Banyas Nograles, Moncoro, Barbara Barbers, Baronda Bascug, Bautista Claude, Bautista John Munich, Bautista Lim, Beltran, Benitez Alfredo, Benitez Javier Miguera, Bernos Ching, Bernos JB, Biron Bocobo Bolilla, Bondok, Briones, Bulit Begtang, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Cawagdan, Carrie, Castro, Catulpos, Caiton, Celeste, Sendanya, Siniza, Chan, Jan, Franz Norbert, Tusilito, Almario, Chan, Junar, Chua, Chuatay, Changalao, Coco, Pilar, Kawangko, Jaime, Eduardo Mar, Kawangko Mar, Coliandes, Corvera, Cruz, Agata, Cruz, Ricardo, Cruzado, Cuba, Dagog, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Lima, De Venecia, Defensor, De Gama, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimacua, De Maguila, Dimaporo, Imelda, Dimaporo, City, Amina, Diokno, Dionisio, Domingo, Namogan, Duterte, Harold James, Duterte, Omar Vincent, Duterte, Paulo, D. Faustino, Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Elago, Emano, and Verga Elise, Escudero, Esparza, Espina, Estrella, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Jeffrey, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fendebella, Galang, Galeos, Gerbin, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia C. Arturo, Garcia Karen Hope, Garcia Maria Angela, Gardila, Garing de Chilian, Gato, Glepa, Go, Gomez, Gonzalez, Alexandria, Gonzalez, Elisa Micaela, Gonzalez, Christopher Sheen, Gonzalez, Roy, Goriseta, Gico, Ginto, Gulias, Gutierrez, Hernandez Charisan, Hernandez Dennis, Hernandez Ferdinand, Hernandez Ramil, Hofer Hasim, Moribata, Ismuda, EY Javier, Ko Antonio, Ko Elisa, Ko Wilton, Kung Hun, Ko Labadabad, Lacson, Lagbas, Lagdame Jose Manuel, Lagdame Jose Monique Yasmin Maria, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara Lazatin, Ledesma, Ligasyon, Legarde, Legaspi, Levisa, Libanan, Lopez, Loria, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Makasayat, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangudadato, Maniquis, Mananyon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Marquez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado Revilla, Miraflores, Momo Montes, Nava, Nazal, Nisay, Nolasco, Womenal Henry, Womenal Sancho Fernando, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Oreto, Ortega, Juan Rodizon, Padiernos, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Perez, Pimentel Plaza, Plato, Po, Primicia Sagabas, Pamarin Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rector, Hensha, Rimulya, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Ridon Rivera Robes, Rodriguez Elohoyo, Rodriguez Maximo, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romualdez Andrew Julian, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Seda Marie, Romualdo Romulo Roque Sagarbari, Sacaluran Salceda, Sally Salvacion, Salvador Salvame, San Fernando, Santos Maria Alana Samantha, Santos Mark Anthony, Shimura Singson Rachel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon Soriano Suwan, Swansing Bella Vanessa, Swansing Micaela Angela Suarez, Suntay Taliado, Tan Iman, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Chay, Tan Watko, Tariel, Teodoro, Tereng, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tino, Tolentino, Tuan, Tufo Jocelyn, Tufo Ralph Wendell, Tupas Tutor, T. Umali Ungab, Uy De Carlo, Uy Roberto, Valeriano, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Villafuerte, Vincenzo Renato Luigi, Villanueva, Villarica, Villalago, Yam Suan, Yap Arthur, Yap Christopherson, Yap Eric, Yap John Gisnel, Yatco, Inares, Yu Jazel Victoria, Yu Joseph Kim, Yulo, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 9584. Abalos, Abante, Almario Chino Miguel, Amante, Amatong, Ang Angara, Arbis Munir, Arena Sabentado, Baños Nograles, Bautista Claude, Benitez Alfredo, Biron Bondo, Carrie, Chan, Jan, Franz, Norbert, Osilito, Almario, Chua Coliantes, Cuad, Yang Hirang, De Lima, De Venecia, Defensor de Gamo, Del Mar, Domingo, Duterte, Omar Vincent, D. Ian Paul, Emano Flores, Frasco, Garcia Maria Angela, Garin Go, Gomez, Gonzalez Christopher Sheen, Hernandez Dennis, Hoforesi, Moribata, Lazatin, Ledesma, Ligarda, Liviste, Lopez, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal, Arroyo, Makasait, Magunadatu, Marcoleta, Mastura, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miraflores, Momo, Waminal Henry, Waminal Sancho Fernando, Ongchua, Noreto, Dizon, Padernos, Panades Pascual, Primicia Sagabas, Puno, Revilla Monjolo, Ridon Rodriguez Maximo, Romualdo Romulo, Roque Saceda, Sari Salvacion Salvame, San Fernando, Shimura, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Solon Suwan, Swansing Michelangela, Suarez, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tanuaco Teves, Tien Tolentino, Tuan, Tutor Ungab, Uy Roberto, Valgas Alfonso, Villa, Violago, Yap John Gisna, Yatco Inares, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri.
With 208 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions. House Bill number 9584 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider on third reading House Bill 9599 and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting. So move.
Is there any objection? Here's none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 9599 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 9599, an act granting Philippine citizenship to Andres Miguel Soriano IV. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 9599. Abalos, Abante, Asidre, Acop, Acosta, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Aguiao, Alano, Alba, Albano, Almario, Chino, Miguel, Almario, Dennis, Almonte, Alvarez, Jose, Alvarez, Mercedes, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Angeles, Aquino, Kinamagsaysay, Arbison Manir Jr., Arenas, Argancha, Asisio, Atay, Del Medado, Ayan, Bagao, Balindong, Baños Nograles, Bancoro, Barba, Barbers, Baronde, Bascug, Bautista Claudia, Bautista Johan Munich, Bautista Lim, Beltran, Benitez Alfredo, Benitez Javier Miguel, Bernos Ching, Bernos JB, Beron, Bucobo, Bolilla, Bondoc, Briones, Bullet, Bigdang, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Cawagdan, Cari, Castro, Catulpas, Caiton, Celeste, Sandania, Sinisa, Chan, Jan, France, Norberto, Celito, Almaria, Chan, Junar, Chua, Chuatay, Chungalaw, Coco, Pilar, Coanco, Jaime, Eduardo Mar, Coanco Mar, Coliantes, Corbera, Cruz, Agatha, Cruz, Ricardo, Cruzado, Cua, de Gook, Dalag, de Yanghirang, Daza, de Jesus, de Lima, de Venecia, Defensor, de Gamo, del Mar, de Los Santos, de Macua, de Maguila, de Mapor, Imelda, de Mapor City, Amina, Diokna, Janisha, Domingo, Dumogan, Duterte, Harold James, Duterte, Omar Vincent, Duterte, Paulo, Di Faustino, Michael Carlos, Dian, Paul, Elago, Emano, Enverga, Erisa, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Ferrer, Antonio Ferrer, Jeffrey Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fentebella, Galang, Galeos, Garbin, Garcia, Albert, Garcia, Dante, Garcia, Jose Arturo, Garcia, Karen Hope, Garcia, Maria Angela, Guardiola, Garin, Gatchalian, Gato, Glepago, Gomez, Gonzalez, Alexandria, Gonzalez, Eliza, Micaela, Gonzalez, Christopher Sheen, Gonzalez, Roy, Goriseta, Guico, Ginto, Gullias, Gutierrez, Hernandez, Charis Ann, Hernandez, Dennis, Hernandez, Ferdinand, Hernandez, Ramil, Hofer, Hasim, Horibata, Ismula, EY, Javier, Co Antonio, Co Elisa, Co Wilton, Kung Hun, Co Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lagbas, Lagdameo, Jose Manuel, Lagdameo, Monique, Yasmin Maria, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Ledesma, Legacion, Legarda, Legaspi, Leviste, Libanan, Lopez, Loria, Loyola, Luisro, Lumayag, Macapagal, Arroyo, Makasait, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangudadato, Maniquez, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Marquez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Revilla, Miraflores, Momo, Montes, Nava, Nazal, Nisay, Nolasco, Omanal, Henry, Omanal, Sancho, Fernando, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Oreta, Ortega, Oano, Dizon, Padiernos, Pananigan, Pancho, Panotas, Pascual, Perez, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Pope, Primicio, Agapas, Pumarin, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Rehencia, Rimulya, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Moncholo, Redon, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Elohio, Rodriguez Maximo, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romualdez Andrew Julian, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yada Marie, Romualdo Romulo Roque, Sagarbaria, Sacaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salvacion, Salvador, Salvame, San Fernando, Santos Maria, Alano, Samantha, Santos, Mark Anthony, Shimura, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Soriano, Suwan, Swansing, Balavanesa, Swansing, Michaela Angela, Suarez, Untay, Taliado, Tan Iman, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Chaitan, Wat Cotariela, Teodoro Tering, Teves Tiangco, Yang, Tino, Tolentino, Tuan, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutorti, Umali, Ungab, Uy de Carlo, Uy Roberto, Valeriano Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Veloso, Veloso Tualzon, Vergara, Villa, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Villaferte, Vincenzo, Renato, Luigi, Villanueva, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Arthur, Yap Christopherson, Yap Eric, Yap John Chisnell, Yatko Inares, Yu Giselle Victoria, Yu Joseph Kim, Yulo, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 9599. Abelos Abante, Almario Chino, Miguel Amante, Matong, Angara, Arbison Manir, Arenas, Aumentado, Baños Nograles, Bautista Claudia, Benitez Alfredo, Biron, Bono, Cari, Chan Franz Norberto Celito, Chua Colliantes, Cua de Anghirang de Lima de Venecia, Defensor de Gamo del Mar Domingo, Duterte Umar Vincent, Dion Paul Emano Flores, Frasco Garcia Maria Angela, Garingo Gomez, Gonzalez Christopher Sheen, Hernandez Teres, Hofer Hasim, Maribate Lazetin, Ledesma Legardo Leviste, Lopez, Luis Relumayag, Mahapagal Arroyo, Makasait Mangudo Tato Marcoleta, Mastura Mendoza Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Mena Flores, Momo, Omenal Henry, Omenal Sanchez Fernando, Ongchuan Oreta Awano Dizon, Petiernas Panotes, Pascual Primicia Agapas Puno, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Ridon Rodriguez Maximo, Romualdo, Romulo Roque Salceda, Sally Salvacion Salvame, San Fernando Shimura, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Solon Suan, Swansing Michaela Angela, Suarez, Standing Lons Michael, Tansamir, Tansifan James, Tanuatco Teves, Tiang Tolentino, Tuan Tutor Ungab, with Roberto Vargas Alfonso Villa Villago, Yap John Chisnell, Yatco Inares Zamora, Isabel Maria Zubiri.
With 202 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 1 abstention, House Bill number 9599 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 9697 and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting. So move.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 9697 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 9697, an act improving the delivery of socialized housing programs, amending for the purpose sections 10, 18, and 20 of Republic Act number 7279, otherwise known as the Urban Development and Housing Act of 1992, as amended by Republic Act number 10884, otherwise known as the Balanced Housing Development Program Amendments. Roll call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 9697. Abalo Sabante Asidre Ako Pacosta Adyong Advincula Agaraw Agyao Alano Alba Albano Almario Chino Miguel Almario Dennis Almonte Alverso Alvers Mercedes Amante Amatong Ang Angara Angeles Aquino Aquino Magsaysay Arbison Munir Jr. Arena Sarugancia Asistio Altaide Aumentado Ayon Pag-aw Balindong Baños Nograles Bangkoro Barbara Barbers Baronda Bascug Bautista Claude Bautista Johan Munich Bautista Lim Beltran Benitez Alfredo Benitez Javier Miguel Benos Ching Bernes JB Biron Bocobo Bolilla Bondo Briones Bultbigtang, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Cawagdan, Carrie, Castro, Caltulpos, Caiton, Celeste, Sendanya, Sinisa, Chan, Jan, Franz, Norberto, Silito, Almario, Chan, Junior, Chua, Chuatay, Chungalao, Coco, Pilar, Cojuanco, Jaime, Eduardo Mark, Cojuanco, Mark, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz, Agata, Cruz, Ricardo, Cruzado, Cua, Dagog, Dalog, de Angilang, Daza, de Jesus, de Lima, de Venecia, Defensor, de Gama, del Mar, de Los Santos, de Maco, de Magila, de Maporo, Imelda, de Maporo, City Amina, Diokno, Dionisio, Domingo, de Mogan, Duterte, Harold James, Duterte, Omar Vincent, Duterte, Paulo, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Elago Emano Enverga Erisa
Mr.
Escudero
Speaker, my
Esparza
vote is
Espina
no, and I
Estrella.
will explain my vote later. Thank you.
Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Jeffrey, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galang, Galeos, Gerbin, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Sir Arturo, Garcia Karen Hope, Garcia Maria Angela, Gordiola Garin, Gatchalian, Gato, Glepa, Go, Gomez, Gonzalez Alexandria, Gonzalez Eliza Michaela, Gonzalez Christopher Sheen, Gonzalez Roy, Goreseto, Gico, Ginto, Gulis, Gutierrez, Hernandez Cherisan, Hernandez Dennis, Hernandez Ferdinand, Hernandez Ramil, Hofer Rasim, Oribato Ismula, Iway Javier, Co Antonio, Co Elisa, Co Wilton, Ponghun, Ko, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lakbas, Lagdameo Jose Manuel, Lagdameo Moniquez, Min Maria, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sunny, Lara Lazatin, Ledesma, Ligacion, Legarde, Legaspi, Livisa, Libanon, Lopez, Gloria, Loyola, Luis Ro, Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Makasait, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mga Dadato, Manikis, Maranyon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Marquez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Mira Flores, Momo Montes, Nava, Nazal, Nisay, Nolasco, Waminal Henry, Waminal Sancho Fernando, Olivares, Songchuan, Ordenes, Soreto, Ortega, Owano Dizon, Pardiernos, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Perez, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Po, Primicia Sagabas, Pomaran, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Ridon Rivera Robes, Rodriguez Elohoyer, Rodriguez Maximo, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romualdez Sandro Julian, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo Romero Roque Segarbarisa, Calderon Salceda Sally, Salvacion Salvador Salvames, Fernando, Santos Maria Alana Samantha, Santos Mark Anthony, Shimura, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon Soriano, Suwon, Swansing Bella Vanessa, Swansing Michaela Angela Suarez, Suntay Talyado, Tan Eamon, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Semir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Chai, Tan Watco Tariel, Teodoro, Tereng, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tino, Tolentino, Tuan, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T. Umali Ungab, Uy De Carlo, Uy Roberto, Valeriano Vargas, Vargas Alfonso Veloso, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara Villa, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villafuerte Vincenzo Renato Luigi, Villanueva Villarica Violago Yam Suman, Yap Arthur, Yap Christopherson, Yap Eric, Yap John G. Snell, Yatco Inares, Yu Jaisal Victoria, Yu Joseph Kim, Yulo, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 9697. Abalos Abante, Almario Chino Miguel, Amante Amatong Ang Angara, Arbison Munir, Arena Sumentado, Baños Nograles, Bautista Claude, Benitez Alfredo, Biron, Bondo, Cari, Jan Franz Norberto Silito Almario, Chua Coliandes, Coa de Hirang de Lima, de Venecia, Defensor de Gama del Mar Domingo, Duterte Omar Vincent, D. Ian Paul, Emano Flores Frasco, Garcia Maria Angela, Erin Go Gomez, Gonzalez Christopher Sheen, Hernandez Dennis Oforasim,
Mr. Speaker, I vote no and would like to explain my vote later. Thank you.
Lazatin, Ledesma, Ligarda, Leviste, Lopez, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Makasait, Mangunadato, Marcoleta, Mastura, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miraflores, Momo, Waminal Henry, Waminal Sancho Fernando, Ongchuan, Oreto Awano Dizon, Padiernes Panotes Pascual, Primicia Sagabas, Puno, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Ridon, Rodriguez Maximo, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque Salceda, Sally, Salvacion, Salvame, San Fernando, Shimura, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Miguel Angela, Suarez, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Watco, Teves, Tieng, Tolentino, Tuan, Tutor, Ungab, Uy Roberto, Vargas Alfonso, Villa, Violago, Yap John G. Snell, Piatco Inares, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri.
With 205 members voting in the affirmative, 3 in the negative, and 0 abstention, House Bill number 9697 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Representative Ilago to explain her vote.
The Honorable Ilago is recognized. You have 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, ang House Bill number 9697 na layuning amyendahan ang Republic Act number 7279 o ang Urban Development and Housing Act ay hindi tunay na tugon sa lumalalang krisis sa pabahay sa bansa. Sa halip na tiyakin ang karapatan sa disente at abot kayang pabahay, ito ay mas lalong magreresulta sa privatization ng pabahay at nagbibigay ng pabor sa malalaking developers at pribadong interes. Ang panukalang batas ay lalong nagbubukas ng pinto sa mga pribadong developers at public-private partnership schemes. Sa Section 1 na naglalagay ng unsolicited proposals mula sa private developers bilang isa sa mga paraan ng pag-acquire ng lupa para sa socialized housing programs ay nagbibigay daan sa malalaking corporations na magkaroon ng kontrol sa mga proyekto sa pabahay. Wala ring security at guarantee na walang madedemolish, na hindi po hazardous o malayo sa trabaho at kabuhayan ang tutukuying lupa para sa programang pabahay. Sa Section 2 naman, pinahihintulutan din ang mga developer na magbayad na lamang sa local government units ng 25% ng kanilang compliance value, 15% ng total project cost para sa subdivisions at villages, at 5% ng total project cost para sa mga condominiums at vertical housing bilang kapalit ng actual na pagtatayo ng socialized housing units. Sa halip na magtayo ng actual na unit, ang mga developers, binibigyan sila ng easy way out sa pamamagitan ng pagbabayad na lamang. Ang 2-year exclusive right para gamitin ng bayad ng developers na ibinibigay sa LGU ay hindi sapat na garantiya para makapagpatayo ng socialized housing sa maikling panahon. Mr. Speaker, nais natin at buong-buo ang suporta natin na matugunan ang housing backlog sa bansa at magkaroon ng disente at abot-kayang pabahay. Magagawa natin ito kung direktang pupondohan ng ating pamahalaan ang pagtatayo ng pampublikong pabahay imbes na iasa ito sa mga private developers. Kaya naman, bumuboto ng no ang representasyon na ito sa House Bill number 9697.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Representative Tino to explain his vote.
Honorable Antonio Tino is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
3 minutes.
No ang boto ng ACT Teachers Party List sa House Bill 9697 na naglalaman ng mga panukalang amendments sa Republic Act 7279 o ang Urban Development and Housing Act as amended. Largely privatized at halos inabandona na nga ng gobyerno ang obligasyong magpatayo ng murang pabahay sa mahihirap. Pangunahin, pinauubaya ito sa mga private developers. Noong 2024, sa ilalim ng Pambansang Pabahay para sa Pilipino or 4PH, ang flagship housing program ng Marcos Jr. Administration, 24 na unit lamang ang na-award. Kahit na may 1.1 bilyong budget ito noong 2024. 24 units lang po. Ayon sa datos ng DSUD, 39,659 socialized housing units at 98,554 low-cost housing units o 10% lamang ang naipatayo noong 2024 out of a need for 1.29 million housing units. Ganun po kalaki ang kakulangan sa pabahay sa buong bansa. At ngayon, nagpapanukala pa ang Kongreso sa pamamagitan ng bill na ito na amyendahan ng Section 18 ngudha na magreresulta ng mas lalong pagkaunti ng maitatayong socialized housing o murang pabahay para sa mahirap. Originally, sa original na batas, 20% of the total project area or cost ng subdivision project ang kailangang ipatayo ng mga private developers sa ngalan ng balanced housing development. So yun yung concept. No, kailangan balanced. Hindi lang commercial o hindi lang high profit, luxury. Kailangan kasama dito yung bahagi para sa socialized housing. Sa ilalim ng Aquino administration, yung 20% ginawang 15% ng project cost para sa socialized housing kung subdivision at 5% lang kung condominium. So, binawasan na. Ngayon naman, sa panukalang ito, sa ilalim ng House Bill 9697, binibigyan ng escape option ang private developers. Pwedeng magbayad na lang sa LGU para sa kanilang socialized housing program ng 25% of the 15% ng subdivision project cost o 25% ng 5% ng condo project cost. Deemed complied na sila sa batas. No? So ibig sabihin nito, in effect, sa panukalang batas, binabagsak yung requirement from original 20, ginawang 15, ngayon yung 15, 3.75% na lang. No? At para sa condominiums, 1.25% na lang ng project cost ng mga private developers ay kailangang ilaan para sa socialized housing. Napakalaking regalo po ito ng Kongreso sa mga private developers kung sakaling maisa sa batas ito at lalong masasabotahe ang anumang hangad na matugunan ang napakalaking kakulangan ng murang pabahay para sa nakararaming mga Pilipino. Kaya sa mga kadahilanang ito, Mr. Speaker, bumoboto po tayo ng no sa House Bill 9697. Salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to immediately transmit to the Senate all bills approved on third reading.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, I move to nominate and elect as member on Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization, Honorable Antonino B. Roman III, Honorable Philip Conrad Doc Bong Acop, and Honorable Manuel Manman Co. For the Committee on Housing and Urban Development as member, Honorable Elmer V. Catulpos. As member on the Committee on Information and Communications Technology, as member, Honorable Elmer Catulpos. As member on Committee on National Defense and Security, Honorable Elmer V. Catulpos. As member on Committee on Poverty Elevation, Honorable Elmer Catulpos. As member on Committee on Heat Industry, Honorable Elmer Catulpos. As Vice Chairperson on Committee on Ways and Means, Honorable Brian Poe. As Vice Chairperson and as member, Honorable Elmer V. Catulpos. As member for the Special Committee on Nuclear Energy, Honorable Joseph Kim Yu. Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, I also move to nominate and elect as member on the Committee on Ecology, Honorable Jeffrey Soriano. As member on Committee on Natural Resources, Honorable Jeffrey Soriano. As member of the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs, Honorable Jeffrey Soriano. As member on Committee on Transportation, Honorable Jeffrey Soriano. As member on Committee on Ways, Honorable Jeffrey Soriano. And as Vice Chairperson on Special Committee on Globalization and WTO, Honorable Roy M. Gonzalez.
There any objection? Chair hears none. The formation members are elected to the respective committees. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration of House Resolution number 1270 in consolidation with House Resolution 947. And for this purpose, may I request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the resolution.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Resolution number 1270.
House Resolution 1270, resolution expressing the profound condolences of the House of Representatives to the family of the late Honorable Leopoldo E. Sanbuenaventura, former representative of the 2nd Legislative District of the Province of Camarines Sur during the 10th Congress.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of House Resolution number 1270.
There's a motion to adopt House Resolution number 1270. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution number 1270 is hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Speaker, I move for the consideration of House Resolution number 1331. And for this purpose, may I request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the resolution.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Resolution number 1331.
House Resolution 1331, resolution expressing the profound condolences of the House of Representatives to the family of Romeo Nonong Garcia Haloshos Sr., former representative of the 1st Legislative District of Zamboanga del Norte during the 10th, 11th, and 12th Congresses, and former member of the regular Batasang Pambansa.
Majority Leader.
Speaker, I move to adopt House Resolution number 1331.
There's a motion to adopt House Resolution number 1331. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution number 1331 is hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adjourn session until Monday, August 10, 2026 at 3 p.m.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. This session is adjourned until August 10, Monday at 3 in the afternoon.